The tide is right, ride the waves till the dead of night. Surf's up, no time to wait, catch that break, it's feeling great. Sunset dripping gold on the sea, every wave a piece of eternity. Salt on my skin, wind in my hair, the ocean's a lover beyond compare. refreshing and free.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes. So if our advisory members could please take your seats, or we'll come around and wrangle you. Thank you all. seems to be working now. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. If you can believe it, we have almost full participation from our 38-member advisory committee meeting, which is really remarkable. Thank you all for being here and making the trip to be here physically in person with us. My name is Emily Finnegan. I will be your lead facilitator for the next several months as we're working through the advisory committee process. Before we begin today's meeting, a few just brief reminders. We have a safety moment here. If we have any type of emergency, there are emergency exits on either side of the room in the back. We also have an additional emergency exit here in the back room. Bathrooms are right outside. If you take a left, you should be able to find your way to the restroom. We will have some breaks throughout the day for you to check your emails, take care of yourselves. Our clicker. Can you go ahead and advance the slide? We're trialing out our tech here. All right. So we have a lot to cover today. You all should have received some pre-meeting materials sent to your inboxes. Hopefully you had a chance to scan those. We will be talking about them all in much greater detail. You'll see that symbol at the top of the slides if there's an accompanying material for our speakers as they're presenting. And really the goal of these next 2 days is to lay a foundation and set the context for the rest of our time together as an advisory committee. We're going to start by learning a little bit of background about the water plan, about these key pieces of legislation, Senate Bill 72 and 659, that are really shifting the way this water plan will work and the action-oriented nature of it. We'll spend some time reflecting on history about California water. Many of you are your own California water historians and really thinking about how that history drives the changes that we need to make moving forward. And then we'll do a deep dive on what we're calling the roadmap. So you may have seen a pretty intense process graphic of what the next few years will look like for the water plan process. We'll be digging into that in a lot of detail and really getting your feedback. Does this make sense? Do you have any advice on ways that we can better communicate this process moving forward? And then lastly, we're going to end the day really focused on that 9 million acre feet number that I know many of you have heard about, maybe you've been writing about. So what does that number mean? How it will be considered as part of the 2028 and the 2030 plan. So we'll be opening the day with some opening remarks from DWR leadership. We're excited to have the DWR director here with us. And then, oops. I don't know what's happening here. And then Joel Metzger will have the opportunity to introduce the deep bench of the DWR team we have here with us. We're going to spend some time getting to know one another and finding out what commonalities we share. We'll be going through the charter together, have a brief break, and then in the afternoon, that's when we're going to spend some time really reflecting on that history, our shared history, and what that means for what we need to do next. Followed by a presentation from Mike Anderson, our state climatologist at the Department of Water Resources, and then wrapping up with the roadmap, and as I said, that 9 million acre feet discussion at the end of the day. And we will recess at the end of today, hopefully at or before 5 p.m. We will have public comment at every advisory committee meeting. There are comment cards out on the registration desk. So for our members of the public, if you would like to provide a comment at the end of tomorrow's meeting, or at the end of this meeting, there are comment cards in the front. You can provide written comments. So if you're not able to join us tomorrow but still want your comment recorded as part of the meeting summary, you're welcome to leave written comments. We are also accepting written comments via email through 5 p.m. tomorrow. So for the folks that are joining us on the YouTube live stream, you will have the opportunity to submit written comments via email to the water plan email that you can find on the agenda. So a few meeting agreements to make sure we have a productive conversation today. We will be learning a lot, and we really want you to come to this conversation with an open mind. Some of you may know quite a bit about SB 72. Some of you may know a lot and may still learn more today about how DWR is planning to approach that SB 72 legislation. We do have a lot to cover, so we ask as you're providing your comments, you do have mics in front of you for our advisory committee members. If you do want to speak, we ask that you turn your name card upward, and I'll be tracking the queue of speakers. We may not be able to cover everything that you want to discuss today, so we do have a recharge basin here behind me, also known as a parking lot. So if you have a spark of an idea, something that you know we won't have time to discuss, but you really want to make sure our team is thinking about, you do have sticky notes in front of you. Feel free to write that idea down and come during one of the breaks to stick it up in our recharge basin to let it percolate for us as we plan for future meetings. This is a debate. I will be helping to drive our conversation forward, and I will step in if we need to move the conversation along. It's really important today that you all are active. We do have the option to plug in, so I see some of you have already plugged in. Our advisory committee members should also have access to Wi-Fi. So at your tables, there should be a green sticky note with the Wi-Fi name and password. But we really encourage you, to the degree that you can, to be present, to close those laptops, put down those phones, and be here with us. We're going to have lots of opportunities for you to ask questions for our team. And really, this is an opportunity also for you to get to know one another and start to build your own community here as a committee as you work towards sustainable solutions or identifying sustainable solutions for the state of California. And we ask that you come here with an open mind, with respect for one another, recognizing that you each bring a unique perspective, and to follow our meeting guidelines so we can have a productive day. And with that, I will introduce Anacita Agustina as the Tribal Affairs Executive Manager for a tribal acknowledgement.
All California land is Indian land. California state policies require state agencies to recognize the century of prejudicial practices and the legacy of genocide that has contributed to the erasure of the cultural and political history of California's indigenous peoples. State policies also acknowledge the 18 unratified treaties, the taking of lands, and state-sanctioned bounties that were placed upon California Indian men, women, and children. Governor Newsom's executive order in 1519 represents the first time a governor has acknowledged and apologized for the historical wrongs by the state of California towards California Native Americans. The policy introduced the concept of reconciliation and how, through listening to tribal citizens, California can begin to clarify the historical record, to reaffirm our relationship to ancestral lands and waters of California's indigenous people, and to seek restorative justice through a Truth and Healing Council. California agencies and departments are required to address this legacy of colonization and to seek redress and reconciliation of these past practices, and to address the historical wrongs and the ongoing impact of historical trauma. As many of you in this room are well aware, as well as the virtual audience, tribal considerations have not always been at the forefront of water policy planning, then and now. As members of the California Water Plan Advisory Committee, you have an opportunity to continue to strengthen the tribal relations that Department of Water Resources began in the mid-2000s. Specifically in 2005, when DWI hosted the first Tribal Communications Committee for the purpose of initiating tribal participation in the 2009 Water Plan Update. The invitation was received with strong support since tribes were excited that a parallel tribal water summit would be convened with each future California Water Plan update. The first Tribal Water Summit was held in 2009, and it was the beginning of the connection between California tribes and the Department of Water Resources in support of California Water Plan updates. Tribal participation and their resolve to be engaged in water management planning resulted in over 70 recommendations. And these recommended actions were included in Update 2009. The development of resource management strategies were included in Updates 2013 and 2018. The 2023 Water Plan Update included a dedicated tribal chapter, Chapter 7, written by tribes in their own voice. Each Tribal Water Summit promised the attendance of state leadership and decision makers to hear directly from tribal leaders as they express their concerns regarding water policy planning. Those expressed concerns developed into resource management strategies, the concept of tribal beneficial users and tribal beneficial uses, the early introduction of traditional ecological knowledge into the Western science lexicon, and the request to include tribal lands and boundaries into mapping and in GIS layers of watersheds, the concept of data sovereignty, fish passage, and the discussion of water rights. The hard and complex discussion of tribal water rights continues to be a topic at every summit and is requested to be addressed in each ensuing water plan update. Tribes also expressed the concept of a holistic approach to water management outside of jurisdictional boundaries, but at a watershed level through the rematriation of the land to incorporate good fire to support meadow restoration. You represent water agencies and other local interests from throughout the state who have benefited from land and territory from California's tribal citizens through forced removal or termination of their tribal status due to state and federal policies. As members of the California Water Plan Advisory Committee, I encourage you to continue to develop your understanding and respect for tribal sovereignty. Please keep in mind as you develop tribal relations and speak with tribal governments that tribal governments are not special interest groups, they are not an ethnic minority, they are not members of the public, they are sovereign entity. The language and word choices we use does make a difference, and the tribal communities that we engage with will recognize that. The Office of Tribal Affairs is here to assist with resources and training to support these efforts towards the government-to-government relationship building. And a briefing document on policies has been prepared and is in your briefing document. Shifting now to the task at hand. On behalf of the Department of Water Resources, it is my honor to present this statement of acknowledgement to ground our work and our collective efforts. The land upon which we are convening today is recognized as the ancestral homelands of the Nishinan, Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Patwin, Wintun, and Wilton Rancheria people. Despite centuries of genocide and displacement from their lands and waterways, tribal communities, both federally and non-federally recognized, have continued to maintain their ancestral ties to these lands. This land is their traditional and unceded land and maintains many sacred and ceremonial areas, including ancestral villages and cultural landscapes that local tribal nations and their members have protected, stewarded, and tended from time immemorial. We honor the government-to-government relationships with California's tribal nations and are grateful for their commitment of time, resources, and expertise in the protection of cultural resources and their contributions to water management planning. The Department of Water Resources is committed to respecting this legacy and their future generations whose knowledge and cultural practices are an integral part of our goals of land stewardship, the development of co-management practices, and integrating tribal science and tribal knowledge as best available science into statewide water management planning. We also recognize and respect tribal sovereignty and the indigenous knowledge from which we seek to learn, and further enhance our mission for the protection of California's natural resources for all citizens of California. As I look around this room of colleagues, I know each of you are inspired daily by the vistas of the surrounding valleys, the foothills, and the waterways. I am proud to state that on behalf of the Department of Water Resources, we remain committed to honoring tribal sovereignty and exercising the principles of meaningful tribal consultation to build government relationships through trust and respect and developing true partnerships with California tribes. In offering this acknowledgement, Department of Water Resources reaffirms our respect for tribal sovereignty. We honor the history, the legacy, and the sacredness of this land and its waters. And thank you.
Thank you, Anacita. Next up, we have a welcome from DWR Director Carla Nemeth.
Good afternoon. Whoops, what? That would have been an entry. Thank you, Anacita. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, big thank you for being here and taking on this assignment, which it's my hope that this is really a new modern start to California water planning that has more meaning for all of, not only all the interests around the table here this afternoon, but for all Californians. I want to just give you my brief experience with how we got here, and there are a few folks in the room that certainly joined me on this effort. And a real wake-up call, many of you have heard me say, was 2021, which was a very, very challenging year for California water management. I think I can say with confidence, we don't want to repeat that year. And we learned a lot from the challenges that's facing our water system, especially with our warming temperatures. And in that moment, I think we in the Newsom administration intuitively understood that we needed to do better and we needed to do more. And we needed to do things in California that were fully embracing the fact that our hydrology was changing. And we needed to adapt to that, and we needed to do it in a way that was going to be more inclusive of all interests and all beneficial uses in California that rely on this resource. So that was the birth of the hotter, drier strategy, which was also rooted in a practicality, which was to say, what do we know enough about that could give us a degree of direction? And how can we be humble in what we don't know about how our climate is changing, but still put information out that can start to change the conversation in California? And so many folks picked up that document and sought to really change legislatively how California plans for water into the future. And that's why we're all here today. I want to ask everybody who works for DWR to stand up for just a hot second, if you don't mind. I'm not going to call you out. Look at that. Okay. So ordinarily, as a director of a big public agency, when we have a lot of people at a meeting, I go, ugh. This is not the signal we think we're sending. Oftentimes when public agencies have a lot of folks in the room, it means we're not communicating well with each other. But one of the reasons I wanted folks to stand up was to tell you that this is a new version of DWR. We are showing up in a different way for the California Water Plan. And a big part of that is already underway at the department and how we talk to each other, how we think about integrating across different water resources and doing so for all of California's water resource needs. So today, this sort of show of force, if you will, force is probably not the right word, show of enthusiasm, show of expertise, show of commitment by the department is really meant to signal that we are all in on the California Water Plan and we are all in on doing it in a new way with you to help California meet its goals. So have a seat, folks. Thank you. So you're going to hear a lot today about the work ahead. We have an imperfect budget, imagine that. So you're going to hear a lot about the workload that's coming at you. That is our best thinking about how we put all these pieces together. You are going to hear a bit about what we are intending to do by our next mandated deadline, which is in really 2.5 short years. Less than that, which just gives me great pause. But what I am starting to describe is that will be a complete plan, but it will be a step, an important step to our 2033 plan, which really is, I think, kind of the big kahuna here. We need to start solving lots of different issues and really have a path for both near-term approaches and long-term strategies. And hopefully, with a real goal that we are building, at a minimum, a better understanding across all of our interests and ability to communicate about the risks that we all face looking into the future, and a real ability to articulate a plan that is going to take care of all of those interests. That, I think, as a student of government who spent most of her time in the executive branch, we need the California legislature to help us, help California adapt into the future. So that is our big task before us. I want to thank you all for taking on this assignment, and I want to thank everybody who is tuning in online to listen to the Public Advisory Committee. We will have lots of opportunities to engage going forward, even if you are not a member of this committee. You will hear a lot more about that this afternoon and tomorrow. And thank you, and let's get to work.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I'm Joel Metzger. I'm the Deputy Director of Statewide Water Resources Planning and Enterprise Project Management. And I'm really, really excited that this day has come. I have to tell you, we have been spending months and months thinking about this day, planning for this day, and putting the content together for all of you. And it's just an amazing feeling to know that it's here and that you're all here and that we get to launch this important effort. And thank you, Director Namath, for kicking this off. And I think that there's a lot of excitement and momentum, and I think that we need to take that energy and we need to put it to a purpose. And I hope that we can give you a framework for that today. And so I want to give you a quick reminder of what it is that we have been asked to do by the legislature. And then I'm going to bring the DWR team up so we can show you what they're working on and show the expertise that we have. So if the DWR team could start making their way this way, I'll start talking about this and then you can be here. All right, so SB 72 passed last year, unanimous approval from the Assembly and the Senate, signed by Governor Newsom on October 1st of 2025. So what is it asking us to do? Well, the big one that everyone seems to be focused on is it's asking us to set an interim target of additional water supply of 9 million acre feet with a target of 2040. And that includes water supply, conservation, or storage capacity. And then the legislation talks about the next plan, which is the 2033 plan. And one theme that you will hear today is that these plans are very linked. They really do go hand in hand. And that next plan is going to replace the interim target of 9 million acre feet with watershed level targets that DWR will develop after extensive modeling and technical work. And to get to that granular watershed level is going to take us a number of years and a lot of time and a lot of feedback from all of you. And so these two things are working together, and we're going to unpack that more today. Other things that SB 72 does is it really changes the plan into an action plan, and from an advisory document to something that really is focused on implementation. We want this plan to be relevant. We want this plan to be meaningful, not just to some of California, but all of Californians, the environment and urban and ag, everyone who lives here. And then the other thing that the legislation is asking us to do is really to expand the engagement. And I think that what we see today is an example that we've been working hard to expand that engagement. And I'm so excited to see not only the advisory committee here, but all of the members of the public and those who are joining online. So thank you. And we're going to continue with this engagement, not just for the 28 plan, but all the way through 2033. And I'm excited to tell you about our plan for that and get your feedback on that, because we don't know how to reach all of Californians. We're going to need your help. So with that, I want to tell you how deep our bench is, because we have an incredibly talented team. And I would like each person here, both from DWR and our consulting team, to introduce themselves and let us know what you've been working on with the water plan, and also how many water plans you work on. So Eric, we'll start with you.
Hi there, my name is Eric Tsai. I lead planning for the water plan, and my first, water plan with DWR was 2023, so the last one, and I served as a consultant before that.
Good afternoon all, Karandev Singh here, Senior Engineer with the Division of Planning. I'm leading the technical working group effort for this project and also working with the technical and the planning side of it. This will be my first water plan as a DWR full-time employee, but I was a student assistant, so I've also participated back in the 2013 update as well.
Good afternoon, my name is Mohammad Rayej, Senior Engineer supporting the development of future scenarios of water supply and demand conditions under extreme climatic conditions, and basically quantifying what the water shortage is going to be in the future using computer simulation models. I've been with the water plan with the past 5 cycles of water plan, so times 5, 25 years with water plan. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Jose Alarcon. I'm a supervising engineer in Division of Planning, and I'm going to be leading the SB 659 groundwater recharge work team, and this is my 4th cycle of the water plan.
Hi, Hi, I'm Andrew Schwartz. I'm the State Water Project's Climate Action Manager, so I'm with the State Water Project side of the house. And I've been working with the team on kind of aligning backbone infrastructure priorities and the investments that we need to make to keep those huge backbone systems supporting multiple benefits across the state and getting that into the water plan in a more integrated way. And this is my 4th water plan cycle, so Mohammed has me beat by 1.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Stephen Springhorn. I'm a supervising engineering geologist in our Sustainable Groundwater Management Office, and I'll be helping out with bringing groundwater and recharge information and all that great work that's happening in Sigma into the water plan space. And I started as a student like Karandev in 2005 and have been working in tangentially to the water plan and also on our Bulletin 118, which is a sister plan to the water plan, but we're trying to integrate groundwater with surface water as we know it is in reality. So happy to work with you all.
Good afternoon. I'm Lucian Filler. I'm a program manager for the Division of Planning. I'm leading the efforts for the development of the California Watershed Hub, and this will be my 4th water plan.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Strickland. I think I win. This is my 6th water plan. Although Mohammed and I are neck and neck. Mohammed trained me when I first started on environmental water. So I am a supervising engineer and a section manager for statewide strategic planning. I've worked on probably every piece of the water plan. I'm currently the DWR lead for the state agency team, among many other things. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Paul Shipman. I'm a senior water resource engineer in the Division of Planning, and I'm a technical lead for the Future Scenarios work stream, which will assess the long-term supply targets and also assess the efficacy of adaptation strategies to achieve those targets. And this will be my 4th water plan I've contributed to.
Good afternoon, I'm Emily Alejandrino. I'm a senior environmental scientist in Division of Planning. I'm the lead for tribal outreach and engagement, which encompasses the Tribal Advisory Committee, as well as the Tribal Water Summit, and also a supporting role for climate change. This will be my 4th water plan.
Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Whitaker. I am a senior environmental scientist and a regional climate change specialist with DWR. And I am a work team lead specifically supporting our climate change element of this water plan update. And this will be the first water plan update that I have contributed to.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marina Clay. I'm an information officer within our public affairs department. I am supporting this huge team here with communications and outreach, as well as media affairs. This will be my first water plan that I'm working on.
Hi, everyone. I'm Daya Muralidharan. I'm a research data specialist in the Division of Planning. I am also the work team lead for economic analysis. This would be the first time we're incorporating economic analysis in the water plan. So technically my first water plan, but I have peripherally helped the previous water plan. So.
Hello, my name is Megan Fidel. I am an engineer. I work on the resource management strategies with a colleague who couldn't be here, Hua Li, and this is my fourth water plan.
Hello, I'm Kylene Yu. I'm a water resources engineer with the Division of Planning, and I work on technical work for the future scenarios analysis. And this is my first water plan.
Good afternoon. My name is Melika Mani. I'm part of future scenario team to support implementation of different scenarios. And this is my first water plan.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hillary Murphy. I work for the Division of Flood Planning and Improvements, helping to lead the 2027 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. The Flood Planning Branch has been working really closely with the water planning team to coordinate and share information as much as possible. The 2027 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan is integrating the Floodmar watershed studies into our efforts, and we're coordinating to align our efforts as much as possible. As flood planning and overall water management are becoming increasingly interconnected, we appreciate the opportunity to continue to coordinate and align our efforts as much as possible. And this will be my second water plan that I'm involved in.
Good afternoon. My name is Louise Conrad. I am in DWR Executive as the lead scientist for the department. And broadly, I will support this California Water Plan as part of my role to encourage the advancement and adoption of best available science as we approach water planning, climate change, and across sectors in the department. I also am deeply engaged with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, and as part of my role, I hope to be an effective liaison between the core planning team and the environmental water commitments that are proposed and under Water Board consideration now. This is my second water planning cycle in this role.
Good afternoon. My name is David Pesavento with the Department of Water Resources, the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. In our division, we do a lot of implementation of a variety of water projects, including projects that benefit the ecosystem, fish. We work on implementing a lot of flood management projects. And so our role with the water plan is to go back and forth, learning from the water plan and the goals, as well as implementing aspects of those, including groundwater recharge. So, thank you.
Hello, Trip Mizell with the Office of General Counsel. I'm an Assistant General Counsel, and I've been supporting the department reaching its goals since 2012.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Roman Mendley. I'm with the Executive Division of the Department of Water Resources. I'm a supervisory engineer, the Climate Action Coordinator, and the Policy and Technical Advisor of Joel. And that's my first water plan in 2012.
Hello, I'm Mark Nordberg. I'm with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office, and I helped lead the 2013 update, the groundwater update for the water plan years ago. And we'll be helping lead the SB 659 recharge components.
Ryan Bailey, the Water Use Efficiency Branch. I'm happy to see that we made the slide. Thanks, Joel. So we're that center of excellence that supports urban and agricultural water use efficiency, specifically the RMS content in the water plan. We also are the ones that summarize the state of AWMP and UWMP results to the legislature, and we're the home of Bulletin 161, you might see, which is our annual look at supply and demand conditions.
Thank you. Anacita Augustinus, Office of Tribal Affairs. My role would be incorporating as much as we can with the tribal communities, working with Emily closely in the Tribal Advisory Committee, also working on an alternate to support the tribal seat that's sitting on the Water Plan Advisory Committee, and of course also pursuant to SB 72 and making sure the government relations on consultation is going to be addressed through our department and our executive division. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. So I would like everyone to give this group a hand, if you would, please. You would not have seen this level of integration in past plans, and I want to thank Carla for her leadership. We don't work in silos anymore. We're integrated, we're matrixed, we're working across divisions, and that's directly due to her leadership. And we're excited to bring that energy and that integration to this plan. So thank you to this team. There is no one person that's going to get this plan done. There's no one group. It's all of these folks. It's all of you. It's members of the public. It's decision makers across the state. We need everyone to take some of these strategies and make them into reality. So thank you, team, and look forward to the rest of the program. Thank you.
All right, and very quickly, we also have a deep bench here on the consultant team supporting Water Resources. So as I said, my name is Emily Finnegan. I am our lead facilitator for this advisory committee. I am also helping to orchestrate all of these other engagement forums we'll be talking about in greater detail tomorrow, and want to introduce my colleagues who you'll be seeing more of today and tomorrow.
Thanks, Emily. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Swanson with Stantec. I lead the consulting team in support of this pretty amazing group of people. I want to let you all know that we feel privileged to be able to support the department, this team, you all, and the state of California as a whole in this new vision or new generation of water planning for California. We're excited to support you, and we have brought a very diverse and comprehensive team that we believe has the skills technically and for facilitation support to address the technical support and the regional facilitation that will be needed to support the development of this plan. I'd like to introduce a couple other colleagues on our team. A large team, as you can see. They're not all here today, but a few folks of note I would just want to introduce, and I'll hand it over to Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa Nishikawa. I'm a water resources engineer with Stantec, and I will be the consulting team planning lead.
Hi everyone, Nicole Hinestroza with Stantec. I'm an environmental planner. I have been supporting Emily and Eric with standing up this advisory committee.
Good afternoon, my name is Adam Witt. I'm a water resources engineer with Stantec. I'll be the consultant team project technical coordination lead.
Thank you. I'm Brad Arnold with AI Environment and Water, and I'm supporting the Division of Planning staff with implementing the 2028 and 2033 plan updates, as well as support on SB 72 implementation.
Okay, thank you all. And as you can see, the bench is deep on the DWR side, on our consultant team side, and of course with you all. So hopefully that gave you a nice flavor of the folks that we team. And now we have introduced ourselves, but we want to hear from you all and get to know not only you as a committee, but also so you can get to know one another. So our next activity, we will have about 30 minutes for you to find common ground. So how much do we have in common with one another? I am going to ask each of you to work in pairs of about 4 to 5. So if you can meet with your neighbors, start by introducing yourself, sharing your name, your agency, where you're coming from. And then if you can nominate one person for your group to be your scribe, I'm going to challenge you to identify as many things as you can that you have in common with one another. There may be prizes for the team that identifies the most things that you have. I'll come do a time check about partway through. For our members of the audience here with us, I also encourage you to turn to your neighbors, introduce yourselves, share where you're joining from, and maybe you can see how many things you all have in common with your neighbors as well. And we'll come back. I'll see what you discover in just a few minutes. Okay. Oh my God. Sorry about that. We turned the mic up. All right, if you can wrap up your conversations in the next 30 seconds. Hopefully each group has identified someone to serve as your group representative. We will ask each group representative to share the names of your group. All right, so we're going to go around. We're going to ask each group representative to introduce your group, share the names of your group members, and then if you can share the most interesting thing that you found in common, and then how many things you found in common. So most interesting thing and how many things you found in common. So you should have mics all in front of you. We'll start alphabetically here with our A names.
Okay. I was voluntold to be scribe and spokesperson, so I get to pick what the most interesting thing is. I'm Alex Beering from California Farm Bureau. This is Aaron Fukuda from Tulare Irrigation District. Ali Scheherazade from Terra Verde Energy, and Anya Radabov from Western United Dairies. Sorry, Anna. Oh my God. She was a late add to our group, but we were happy to have her. Anna Schiller from Environmental Defense Fund. So we had 9 that we got. We found 9 things. Some of them, one of the most fun ones was that we were all wearing jackets. And not everybody is, but we all happen to be wearing jackets. I think, I don't know if that's the most interesting one. I think, what do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, no, that's the most interesting.
It may be the most, I mean, it ran from anything like we all like savory better than sweet. How did we land on that? I'm not sure, but that was a kind of another deep cut. So maybe I'll leave it at that. We had some big sort of touchy-feely things too about why we're here and all those sorts of things, but I suspect they would be very similar to what everybody else came up with. So I'll leave it at that.
Excellent. Speaking of savory and sweet, we do have some snacks in the back if you do get peckish. So maybe, hopefully, some savory ones for your table here. All right, what about our next group here? So how many things you found in common and most interesting, which your representative will get to choose?
Okay, I'm Ann Willis. I'm the representative because I volunteered to write, and that was my whole qualification, which apparently makes me the best ever, which I appreciate. One of the main things we have in common is what we all really enjoyed talking about ourselves. I'm not sure we had a lot in common, but some of the most fascinating details were Brian grew up in Philadelphia, surfing in New Jersey, which takes a strong constitution. I am also an East Coaster, having grown up on the Long Island Sound in New York. Nobody else had that in common. Cannon, we're not entirely sure how he even has time to be here because he has dedicated so much of his life to his work and service in his community, which I think is a really, well, that is a beautiful thing that we all do have in common, the idea of service to our communities and service to our families and to the state of California and wanting to look at it very holistically. So that came up. Carrie and I, we just have too much in common for this list, but one of the key things she brought to the table that we all shared was this idea that infrastructure includes green infrastructure, so it's hard infrastructure, it's natural infrastructure, and that when all of it's healthy, then it all works together. And then Charles has intersected essentially with each one of our organizations one way or another throughout his career, and so has a really deep and broad knowledge of many ways to manage California, from project-based to legislative-based work.
Excellent. Well, that is a great group report out. And remind me how many things you found in common? No idea. Mysterious. Okay. I love it. How about back here in the back corner?
Yeah, so I had Chris Hannon from the State Building and Construction Council, Chuck Bonham from the Nature Conservancy, and I'm Clifford Chan with East Bay Mud. You're clearly not verifying any of this information, so we had 30 things in common. It's incredible how much we had in common. But if you actually check, it might be 11. So I'll just say, again, we all are respective leaders within our organization. We didn't talk about food or anything else. I'm sorry about that. But I would say As leaders of our organization, what we have in common is that we are all optimistic despite the challenges that we see in front of us.
Clifford.
All right. Craig Miller from West Municipal Water District with Cora and David. We had a very small group, but mighty. I will say that we were dismal failures in counting the things in common, because I think we met the true goal is we spent the whole time getting to know one another and learning about where we came from, which was kind of dominated by us peppering Cora with questions because she represents private sector companies. And I was like, oh, how great you're here, because we have our own little cocoon of water interests. So we spent a majority of the time talking about our backgrounds and why we're here, but we all represent a lot of people. I'm the president of CMUA, a lot of our different organizations and entities, David with NorCal, all sorts of entities and organizations. So I think the one thing in common is we have to tap dance with a lot of different people and get them all to go in the same direction. So that could be a million things or just one.
Excellent. Thank you, Greg. How about here in the middle?
Hello. I'm Heather Dyer from San Bernardino Valley Municipal. On my group, I had Fern, who is the chair of California Water Commission, Grant Davis, who's the general manager of Sonoma Water, and Itzel, who is working for Small Utilities Project Manager for Rural Community Assistance Corporation. So once she explained what that means, we were all very excited. We had 7 things in common that I wrote down. I'll start with the most kind of aspirational, I guess. We learned that we are all huge fans of this group coming together, but also just in general practice of all of the water interests and agencies coming together and thinking through the ability to build integrated multi-benefit projects. We think that's the way to go in the future, and also large systems working with small systems. We are all very future-oriented in terms of we're not building this stuff for us today. We're thinking about the future generations. And one thing I find surprising with a couple water agencies, the California Water Commission and Rural Utilities, is that we all share a love for fisheries and especially salmon, which is not guaranteed in a group of California water agencies. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yep.
Nice. Thank you, Heather. How about over here in the corner?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jolene, and it's Jacqueline, Jason, and Jennifer. And we were aggressive with this assignment, and we came up with 30 items.
Whoa. Okay, Clifford, they're coming for you.
A lot of discussions on food, and we all agreed we like pineapple on pizza. But also
controversial. Okay.
Exactly. But yeah, a lot of shared ideas and goals for being part of the advisory committee. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jolene. How about over here?
Hi. Okay, we're very competitive. I'm going to start off with, we have 31 shared goals.
Ooh.
Okay. My name is Lisa Haney. I'm with Orange County Water District. I'm happy to be with June Lopez from Molten Niguel, Juan Guerrero from City of San Diego, and Levi Johnson with the Bureau of Reclamation. We all are innovators. We believe in data and in strong relationships. We have excellent relationships with DWR already, and we believe in the mission and purpose of why we're at the table today. We also are really into having fun and laughing and having a good time, and so we had a ton of things in common around that. But around water, we believe storytelling is a really important aspect of what we're trying to do, and that we need a diversified water portfolio to pull off the goal. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Lisa. All right, rounding it out here.
All right, so on our team, we had Godo Atume. She's with UC Agriculture and Natural Resources Small Farmers Program. Myself, Michelle Bononis, I'm with the Regional Water Authority. We had Marianne Warmerdam with Rural Counties Representatives of California, and we had Marwan Khalifa, who's with the Association of California Water Agencies. I think the most interesting thing that we had in common, which is a bit ironic since I'm reading someone else's handwriting, is we all had bad handwriting. So that was a big one. I think one of the key takeaways we had is everyone here in this group really has a pretty intense groundwater sustainability focus. So that was definitely something we found very much in common. And we all have really big community focus as well. There's really, I think in this group, we noticed just the need for serving residents of California. We really talked about affordability, watershed resilience, wildfire resilience, things like that. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Michelle. All right, last group here.
Rounding out the alphabet over here, we have, my name's Tia from CalWEP, or California Water Efficiency Partnership. We had Patrick, who is at the County of Sacramento, but here with the Delta Counties Coalition, Shivaji from Metropolitan Water District, and Tony from Placer County Water Agency. While we had a good amount of things in common, definitely not 31, so no need to put a number on it over here. But our bigger conversation, we all want to stretch ourselves in the art of what's possible for California water. On a different note of what we were like, oh, we're all the product of public school education through and through. So, you know, way to go, public schools.
Fun for public schools. Nice. You get a round of applause.
I know, it's great.
Excellent. Well, thank you all. We do have a nice prize here. It sounds like we have 31 over here. This is complimentary to the DoubleTree Inn. These are your DoubleTree cookies. Hey. And we do actually have a fun prize for the end of today as a reward for making it through our first day. So stay tuned for more surprises. But thank you all for taking the time to get to know each other, to introduce each other. Really we want to get you all thinking in this statewide perspective. You come from different regions, but really this group is going to challenge you to take off that regional hat and really think about the state of California as a whole. And I hope you can leverage these commonalities in our future meeting discussions as we move forward as a committee. Okay, so moving on now to the makeup of who we all are. We heard a little bit about you and your pizza preferences, but really this group represents a diverse cross-sector of interests, represents different regions across the state. I will note that these dots are not exact locations, so these are rough estimates of your different locations. For those of you joining online, we have biographies and headshots for all of our fabulous committee members online, if you'd like to get to know more about the folks that we have here in the room. And as you all know, we met with each of you in advance of this meeting. So we had 38 phone calls with each of you to get to know a little bit about yourselves, what motivates you, what's bringing you to this water planning process, what experience you have. And we wanted to make sure we shared that with you all. So you may be surprised to know that about 31 of you have had little to no involvement in previous water plans, so many of you are really coming at this with fresh eyes. We do have some water plan historians here to help guide our process. Some of you have actually been on this advisory committee in the past. And for those of you that have had engagement, it's definitely varied. Many of you have used the water plan as a reference document, but haven't necessarily been into the weeds on all of the materials in previous water plans. So we asked you all what's most important to you as you think about Senate Bill 72 and all of its requirements. And across the board, many of you shared, we really want this to be credible regional water needs, a credible identification. A lot of you had really great questions about what our baselines are, what are the assumptions and methodologies for coming to these baseline conclusions, which we will talk about a little bit more this afternoon. And many of you wanted this planning process to contribute to not only feasible but fundable projects. Some of you, especially from rural areas, noted that not everyone has the tools to assess the effectiveness of projects. So if this water plan could produce those tools to help local and regional water managers make better decisions, that would be incredibly valuable. And as we heard, even from some of our report outs, that affordability is a really key concern. So how are we evaluating what's actually cost effective for regional and local water managers? And then many of you echo the sentiment that you really see the state of California as a leader and a convener. So could the state set ambitious goals or set the direction, create the circumstances for implementation, help to align systems and the data that's being collected, and really in that convener role, helping to extend across regions, right? So maybe some of these solutions require interregional partnership, and what role could the state of California play in being a convener across regions? We also asked you what would make this water plan relevant. And I will say we also had a listening session at the Association of California Water Agencies spring conference last week, and we also asked the same question here. And not surprisingly, we heard a lot of the same things about what will make this water plan relevant. So making it actionable, you've heard that word a lot, actionable in the work towards that 9 million acre feet target. That it can serve as an investment portfolio or an idea of, what are the best, most promising strategies that are worthwhile for my region, my community to invest in. And recognizing, as many of you did in our calls, that we will have a new governor partway through this water plan, so something that is durable through a change in administration. And really providing the tools to focus on implementation. Many of you talked about streamlined permitting. So how can we create the tools for more effective implementation? And how can we track progress to know that we're headed in the right direction and that we're meeting the targets that we have towards the path to 2033? And then lastly, many of you also flagged that you want this to be an accessible document, and we are actually already at work on some of these things you see here on screen. So an online tool to review project portfolios. You'll learn a little bit more about the Watershed Hub and how that will be used as part of this process. One of you shared that if we leave this water plan process with a set of common language so that when we say recharge, everyone at this table knows what we mean, that would be a huge marker of success. So that's actually one of the things that our team started on already, is what kind of glossary of terms, when we say targets, when we say unmet demand, what do we mean, so that we're actually coming to this work with shared language. And then lastly, making sure that what we share is digestible. So not an executive summary that's 20 pages, but something quick that you could share with the communities that you serve. And the tools to communicate not only with your communities, but also with the legislature and other agencies. All right, and lastly, when we asked you all, how would you define success for this process? If you're in 2029 and looking back, how do we know that we were successful? And really seeing this water plan as, I think one of you mentioned, a North Star, that it sets the legislative and funding and project priorities, that it's widely embraced across urban, agricultural, environmental sectors and across regions, that it integrates with existing programs. Many of you are deeply involved in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or you're submitting urban water management plans. So how can we align with those existing planning efforts, that it's easy to communicate, that it has the data and planning tools to support water managers in their day-to-day lives, that DWR is transparent in its decision-making in this process, and that advisory committee input is tracked, and that it's meaningfully incorporated into this process. Okay, so a lot there with our advisory committee intake calls. And now I'm going to turn to the advisory committee charter. So you should have received a copy of that charter in advance of the meeting. And before I jump into the charter details, I'm going to bring Trip back up here to just quickly introduce himself and kind of share a little bit more about his role as a resource to this group.
Hello again. Trip Mizell with the Office of General Counsel. I am the legal support for the California Water Plan and its development, and by extension, I'm the legal support for the advisory committee. As Emily will go over, this group's subject to the Bagley-Keene Act, and that's probably where our interaction will become most frequent. So if you have any questions or concerns about Bagley-Keene or about other legal aspects, please feel free to reach out to the facilitation team or to me. Emily will put my email up on the screen later, and I look forward to helping this group achieve success. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tripp. Okay, so we're not going to go over every detail of this charter, but I do want to talk through the top line items and make sure we're clear on our shared understanding as a committee moving forward. So the purpose of the advisory committee is very closely aligned with what's in the water code, primarily to assist and provide input in the development of the water plan. This committee itself serves as a public forum representing diverse interests. Those interests are actually outlined in the water code legislation and also included in the charter. And primarily the role of this advisory committee is to inform the DWR team as it stands up the planning, technical engagement approach for this water plan process. So getting early input as we're thinking about this new approach in compliance with Senate Bill 72 and Senate Bill 659. And then working to build consensus or driving towards consensus. We know that 100% agreement is not possible, but really as we start to get into the policy considerations, working toward agreement as a group on what strategies are most promising for the state of California. And as outcomes, really hope that these committee discussions will be an opportunity to create more alignment, to create buy-in in the process. You will be informing the content. You'll have the chance to review draft materials as they're developed. And ultimately, we want you all to be your own cohort of leaders who are informed about this water plan process, who are out there in your community serving as ambassadors for the water plan. As Tripp said, meetings are subject to Bagley-Keene. So all advisory committee meetings will be open to the public, and they will be in person. They must be in person. And we will have an opportunity for public comment at every public meeting. At the beginning of the next meeting, you will see included in your meeting summary a summary of the public comments, both the written comments submitted as well as any comments that are shared verbally tomorrow. And we are committing to sending out the agenda in advance and to the degree possible, also giving you advanced review of any meeting materials. So the approach to providing input, of course, your input is driving a lot of DWR's thinking. You are an advisory body here to provide advice to DWR and to help the department understand to the extent there are shared perspectives or shared priorities across this group. Any content or recommendations receiving a predominance of agreement, which is really going to be a pulse check from me. So I'm going to be kind of looking to the group, especially as we get deeper in the process, to evaluate where we're seeing areas of agreement. And where agreement can't be reached, we are still committed to documenting any range of perspectives that are shared. Ultimately, the advisory body is not a decision-making body. The decision lies with DWR, but you are here to advise and provide advice to the department in the development of this water plan. All of you have been appointed directly by Director Nemeth. Joel serves as the executive sponsor, and Eric Tsai, who many of you met one-on-one on your intake calls, is the project leader. And advisory committee members, of course, serve at the pleasure of the department in a voluntary capacity. This term runs through the end of December 2028. All meetings will be in person, and as I've said via email, we need to have at least 19 of you present in person in order to conduct business. So if we have a meeting and less than 19 of you are here, we will not be able to convene, which is why it's so important for you to confirm with me that you'll be able to attend so that we know we can hold a meeting and conduct business. Attendance is really critical to this group's continuity and effectiveness. We are permitting alternates, but it is critical that your alternates are briefed prior to the meeting. We do not have time to catch your alternates up on everything that we've discussed before each meeting. You will have meeting summaries, you'll have meeting recordings where available to get your alternates up to speed. And likewise, your alternates will have to keep you briefed and updated. If you are not able to attend a meeting, it's your alternate's responsibility to get you up to speed on what was discussed. If you do need to withdraw for any reason, we ask that you notify us via email. Certainly reach out to me if you have any questions or feedback. All right, lastly, we know many of you are engaged in different forms of media. We welcome you to share about your experiences on the advisory committee, but you speak on behalf of your agency and your organization. And please keep us informed. As you'll see today and tomorrow, we're really trying to track the communications plan and get aligned on messaging. So if you're planning to do a blog post, press release, you're planning to be out there in the world talking about the water plan, please let me know so that our team can support you in any messaging. Last few things, ground rules, we went over most of these at the start. We will ask you all to not be disruptive, no third-party discussions. Humor is welcome. We like to create some levity in this space, but never at anyone's expense. All ideas have value. The wisdom of this group is what will drive us to more meaningful solutions. So we really want to hear from all of you. I will work to the degree possible to provide many opportunities for feedback. So you'll have some small breakout group discussions. You may be writing on sticky notes at points. But if there's anything I can do to make this a space that's more welcoming for you all, please reach out to me. We want this to be a productive process for you. Electronics courtesy, as I said, to the degree possible, please give us your full attention, and then we'll do our best to stay on time. And with that, you have our contact information here, including Tripp's contact information. We are a little short on time, so I want to ask first here if there are any questions about what's included in the charter. Nothing too controversial. Excellent. Okay. Can we all live with what's in the charter? If you feel good, can I get a thumbs up? Or if we're all good, thumbs up. Thumb sideways if anyone's not feeling it, or thumbs down. All right. I'm seeing thumbs up across the board. Okay. Great. Well, with that, we do have a brief break. We will reconvene at 2:35. So feel free to get some refreshments. There are snacks in the back as well, and excellent posters to check out. And we'll be back here at 2:35.
Waves are crashing. Sun is high. Salt in the air. Blue in the sky. Sand between my toes. It's all I need. Ocean calling. Wild and free.
refreshing and free.
Okay, everyone, if you could please go ahead and take a seat. Hopefully you stretched your legs. Got some snacks. If our advisory committee members could come back and take a seat. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Without further ado, we'll have Director Nemeth here kind of frame up the afternoon of conversations here on where we've been and where we're going.
All right. So this is kind of a geek out romp through our water history. So we're just going to get rolling. And people can find their seat. I think it's important. One of the things I've been learning a bit more about, especially on the Colorado River, one of like the Zen aspects of our lead negotiator on the Colorado River, J.B. Hanby, is he is a student of history. That's what his degree is in, which I think is pretty cool because it's such an incredible setup for what we need to be thinking about into the future. So if you will give me a little grace, I am going to do a very quick romp over our first slide is basically 10,000 years ago to about World War II. So I'm going to leave some stuff out, but what we're really trying to do is set the table. So for at least 10,000 years, essentially the people of what is now California, we heard from Anacita earlier, essentially lived on our rivers, streams, and lakes. And we have had this incredibly varied landscape, hugely diverse wildlife population. But starting in the mid-1700s, we had the Spaniards come into California. They built presidios and missions along those streams. They dug wells, and they started to divert water. They also brought disease and other issues into the state, only to be followed by John Marshall in 1849 and his great discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill. And the population of what is now California grew by 100,000 people in a single year. What's interesting about this is as that gold was sluiced out and miners really started moving large amounts of water from rivers to the gold, essentially by 1880 there were about 6,000 miles of ditches, flumes, and canals in California's gold country. And miners, as we all know, used pressurized water to blast away hillsides containing ore. And this is really a nascent beginning of California's water rights system, that sort of pre-1914 era. You're going to hear quite a bit about water rights, I think, over the course of putting together this plan. You're going to hear from Eric Ekdahl tomorrow, who's going to talk about transfers and how all of that fits in our water rights system. But we've got a lot to talk about around how that system supports the decisions that we need to make. But what's also an historic moment in California at this point in time is all of this hydraulic mining essentially choked our river channels downstream and made Sacramento Valley towns very flood prone. And landowners built levees regularly, and those levees failed. And that spawned the very first environmental lawsuit in California in 1884, which led to the end of hydraulic mining as a public nuisance that interfered with navigation, with commerce, and other agricultural development. So that's the Sawyer decision back in 1884 was our first of any environmental litigation in the state. That was the first one, and surprise, surprise, it was over how we manage water. Demand for irrigation grew, demand for irrigation water grew as agriculture expanded. And in 1887, the California legislature enacted the Wright Act, which essentially authorized the creation of irrigation districts in the state. We had heavy-duty flooding in 1905 and 1907. I have to remember what century I'm in. And that actually destroyed early attempts at agriculture down in the Imperial Valley. In 1911, folks in the Imperial Valley formed the Imperial Irrigation District to harness the Colorado River. And now, as we know, the Imperial Valley holds one of the most generous water rights on that system. Local supplies in many other places were also insufficient to support long-term growth. Both farmers and cities began to rely heavily on our groundwater system. And as folks put in gas-powered pumps and reached deeper and deeper into the ground to extract that groundwater, it led to a lot of conflicts between our neighbors. And so with no regulatory system in place, really, one of the solutions to that was to really look to our surface water supplies. So by 1900, the city of Los Angeles had exhausted local supplies, and as we know, looked about 250 miles to the north to the Owens Valley. And 13 years later, Owens Valley water flowed from a city-built aqueduct to the San Fernando Valley. Oakland's East Bay Municipal Utility District brought water from the McKellamie into the East Bay in 1929. And then the Tuolumne River water arrived in San Francisco in 1934 after a very long fight with Sierra Club founder John Muir to protect Hetch Hetchy Valley from inundation in the Yosemite National Park. What followed that was a very long era where both Congress and the California legislature authorized large interbasin water projects. And the fights over drying up the Owens Valley and the flooding of Hetch Hetchy also eventually led to laws recognizing the superiority of rights in the areas of the state that are the sources into our headwaters. We started to acknowledge the superiority of those water rights as Congress and the California legislature were working these big interbasin essential water transfers. It was the federal government that led the next phase of water infrastructure development, the Hoover and Parker dams on the Colorado River and the Colorado River Aqueduct that in 1941 brought water supplies to Southern California. In that time period, LA and Orange County, San Diego area mushroomed from about 6 million people in 1940 to more than 10 million by 1970. In the San Joaquin Valley, our agriculture had expanded from 1 million acres in 1900 to about 3 million acres in 1930. And farmers relied heavily on groundwater, which started us on a path that we now need to correct in California, which is systemic and intense groundwater overdraft. Those large landowners in the San Joaquin Valley lobbied the federal government to help us bring surface water into the Central Valley from the Sacramento River. Our state engineer, Edward Hyatt, in 1930 had a plan that included a large dam, Shasta Dam, that was meant to aid in that effort. The California legislature authorized this so-called, we called it the Central Valley Project back then in 1933, and voters approved it at about $170 million to build it. In the midst of the Great Depression, California figured it could not actually sell those bonds to construct that project, and the Roosevelt administration offered to essentially step in, take it over, and have our U.S. Bureau of Reclamation build that Central Valley Project. Construction of Shasta Dam began in '37, and water deliveries from the Central Valley Project started in 1944. And today, that project is about 90% used for irrigation purposes in the state. So what's pretty amazing about that is all that happened essentially right up until World War II. None of what I've just described accounts for this massive blue triangle, which is our population growth since World War II. So our cities kept growing. And between 1940 and 1955, our state's population doubled from nearly 7 million to 14 million people. And in 1945, the California legislature created a Water Resources Board to investigate and draft plans to address water issues statewide, including these impending shortages. That board determined that it was necessary to redistribute water from areas of surplus, places like the North Coast and Sacramento River tributaries, to areas of deficiency in Central and Southern California. So you can see we are now starting to get down a path where our California legislature is starting to come up with plans and starting to understand that with all these different systems built by different entities, the state needed to have a more centralized function about how we guided the movement of water in California. And then folks in the Sacramento Valley will probably recognize this picture. This was the big flood in 1955 where we had a Feather River levee broke and it inundated Yuba City, killing 38 people. I can tell you that anytime I go up to Oroville or Yuba City, they never want to hear about drought. They really want to hear about flooding. And that's because of this history. And so essentially in response to that, we established a Department of Water Resources, and we established the California Water Plan in 1957. So this gentleman is a DWR employee, Ben Garrett, and in 1957, retrieving bundles of the first water plan from the library stockroom and getting us ready to launch on the effort we are working to continue today. And 3 years later, the California legislature approved the Burns-Porter Act, which authorized the sale of $1.75 billion in general obligation bonds for the State Water Project. This was the largest bond in American history at that time. The legislature submitted that bond act to voters, and it passed, but just barely, with Southern California voters providing the margin of victory. And so then, by 1961, California was on its way to constructing the State Water Project. So a lot has happened since that first water plan in 1957. We update that plan every 5 years, and when we publish this plan in 2028, it will be the 14th in our series. And over time, this water plan has shifted away from being a technical document focused on big infrastructure projects, and it's really become, I think, what we know as a collection of documents that really analyze policy options for addressing California water issues. The water plan does reflect our sort of cultural zeitgeist at the time as we're putting it together. The construction heyday of the 50s and 60s was followed by an environmental movement that led to foundational laws that protect clean water, endangered species, wild and scenic rivers here in California. And Californians have since grappled in many different forums in the courts and Congress and the Capitol to really balance the needs of agriculture, cities, and fish and wildlife. In 2002, the Department of Water Resources began focusing on our Integrated Regional Water Management Program, that's our IRWM program, which really shifted a focus to supporting local water agencies in developing local supplies. And since that time, about $2 billion in bond funds have gone to support those IRWM initiatives that help us really identify. I've got a lot of folks say to me, that's not true integration. I will also observe that there's nothing like financial support that gets people talking to each other. But what that was intended to do was have water districts in a particular hydrologic area get connected, talk about their projects, and pursue funding for those projects as one hydrologic area, which really helped our locally managed water supplies and our local water agencies start to have the conversations we needed them to have. So now, that is our setup for the 4 major constraints that we are looking at relative to a changed hydrology. And you're going to hear quite a bit about this from our state climatologist, Dr. Michael Anderson. But it's really 4 foundational things. It's heat, precipitation, snowpack, and sea level rise. It is, without a doubt, with that whole groundwork laid of our days before World War II, when we were onboarding these big, we call them backbone infrastructure systems, and we had a legacy of really altered river systems, altered paths of the rivers in California. All those attendant issues essentially progressed into a more assertive, more proactive, more heavy infrastructure posture by both California and Congress to help us move large amounts of water from one part of the state to the other, and in a large part to help us address this growing population we've had in California. And then I would say it's really the late 1990s and the 2000s where California really leaned into how do all those big infrastructure projects also work with our local water agencies that also need to make those investments. Everything right now in the state, every single beneficial use in the state is affected by these 4 things: heat, snowpack, precipitation, and what's the 4th? Sea level rise, right? So all those things, every part of the state is connected to this challenge. And I think one of the things that really unites us around this is we are not ready for it. We do not have the systems built to address this challenge. We have hydrologic uncertainty in front of us. We have laws and regulations and infrastructure and relationships that are built on an old hydrology. And one of our primary tasks in putting together this plan is to fundamentally reframe that and frame a path forward that is going to enable us to do better by all of our beneficial uses in the state. And so that is our 10-plus minute romp through a very complex California water history. I'm certain I left things out. I'm certain that you will hear a great deal more from Eric Ekdahl tomorrow about that fundamental role that the Water Board plays in our water rights system and our water transfer market. So without further ado, this presentation is meant to dovetail into, I think, the next task that Emily has for you all to start identifying the most prominent challenges that we face. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Excellent. Thank you, Carla. Yeah, deserves a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, so Carla just did a great job setting the stage for kind of what the challenges are that we face ahead, right? This is a long history that really impacts how we do things moving forward. So I know some of you are your own water historians, right? You bring your own perspectives and backgrounds in this water space. So we're going to spend a little time now reflecting on what this history means for what we need to do next, right? Because before we can move forward, we really have to understand our past, where we're coming from, and really think creatively about what we need to do next. So we're going to break you out into small groups again. So for folks online, we'll go quiet for a little bit while we're in breakout groups. And we're going to assign each of you again in your small groups to think about kind of 3 main topics within our history. So the first is hydrology. When you look at our hydrology and how our natural systems and how they've changed over time, what does that tell us about the future of California water? Second question, when we look at our regulations over time, what are the implications for this water plan for 2028 and where we're at in our regulatory environment? And then the third question, when you look at our infrastructure development over time, what needs to be done differently moving forward? So again, we're going to nominate a scribe. Maybe you can have some grace and nominate another scribe, or maybe some of you have better penmanship. And we're going to ask you to prepare 2 key takeaways. We're going to have this side of the room here start with hydrology, If you get through your hydrology discussion in 15 minutes and you want to move on to regulations, that's great, but really want you to focus on hydrology. Here in the middle, we're going to have you focus on regulations. And here on this side, we're going to have you focus on infrastructure. So as your group, take that first question for your assigned topic, and then try to limit it to 2 sticky notes of what that history means for what we need to do next. And we will reconvene and hear from each group. Thank you.
A drop falls silent in the dust. A ripple wakes the sleeping crust. It whispers low, it roars so high. The thirsting ground starts to cry. Water brings life.
Testing. All right.
Refreshing and free.
Okay.
It carves the earth, it shapes the
I know this was a short one. If you can wrap up your conversations here, hopefully someone has at least one sticky note for your group, maybe two. Are we all wrapped up? You got a sticky note? At least one? All right. All right, we'll start over here. How about you all over here? So on this side of the room, we were talking about hydrology. And when we're looking at hydrology over time in our natural systems, what that tells us about kind of the future of California water. What have we got over here?
So we mixed up who was the scribe.
Okay.
And so I tried to capture our thoughts as best we
Love it. Distribution of labor. Love it.
Yeah, there you go. And the number one concern obviously is you can store water
Oh,
wet or you can store it light.
Is your mic? Can you speak into your mic again?
Is this on now?
No, try again.
On now?
Hold on.
Let's-
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll fix that.
All right, we'll go with this one. All right, so the first concern we came up with is we have traditionally looked at storing water white, and our snowpack is diminishing, and so we are flashier, we're wetter, we're warmer, and that requires that we optimize operations and look at adaptive management decisions, and how do we respond to a less predictable hydrology, and go away from the old technology or infrastructure of essentially fill and drain, fill and drain, fill and drain.
Excellent. Well, that's a great tee up for Dr. Mike Anderson next. Can I grab your sticky note here? Got two. Excellent. All right. What about here for our second group?
Okay. Can you hear me? There you go. We talked about the interconnectedness of the systems throughout the state and how that's being impacted by climate change. So that's what the big focus on our discussion was.
Excellent. Yeah. There's certainly a lot of interconnectedness across the state, right, which is part of the reason why we've convened all of you from your different regions. Excellent. Any sticky notes here? Add? Thank you. All right, about our last table over here, reflecting on hydrology.
Yeah, so we talked about the fact that there's plenty of water. It's just becoming more predictable when it comes and how fast it comes, and just the variability in general. So we felt that you need more data and integration through modeling to help manage those flows. Also considering environmental needs and everything else. So yeah, it's just becoming a lot more unpredictable.
Not surprising that this corner might have come up with water data. I know some of you are really interested in it. Can I grab your? All right, what about our folks here in the back? So we were focused on regulations, how our regulations have changed over time.
We talked about regulations conflicting and slowing down project implementation and the importance of coordination across levels of regulations, as well as the importance of the iterative process. Regulations are assessed to see if they accomplish the intent and are difficult to update oftentimes.
Yeah, that's a fascinating point. Something that came up in our intake calls as well, right, is how can we adapt the system that we have? All right, I'm going to take your sticky notes from here. Perfect. How about our middle group here?
All right, so we started off talking about how sort of regulations, there are a ton of different types and that they all matter, and that most regulations are legacy regulations. They come from the past. And so we spent sort of an extensive amount of our time talking about how there's a need to redefine some of our regulations now based on our current understandings, even of certain terms. So things like public benefits was something that we talked about.
Yeah, excellent point. Thanks, Itzel. I'll grab your sticky notes here. Excellent. I'll keep them organized. Thank you. All right, what about here in the other side of the room?
I think we picked up on similar themes. One that, similar to our physical infrastructure, we have aging legal structures, and how do we address that? And then in reference to the water plan, these, the new water plans coming up are really oriented around faster and adaptive action. And so how do we shift our regulatory system to support that?
Absolutely. And I know we're talking about SB 659 a lot more tomorrow, but Recharge is a great example of being able to adapt in real time. So certainly something this group will be talking more about. Thanks, Cora. All right, what about in this corner?
So we're talking broadly about the regulations and how all types of regulations creates competition for funding and impact on affordability.
Yeah. Definitely. Again, something that we heard a lot in our intake calls, that connection between what we need to do in our water supply and the affordability challenges of how do we pass those costs on or who's to pay, right, for the supply solutions needed. All right, so our last group here, we were focused on infrastructure.
Yeah, so we started our conversation talking about infrastructure and its impacts to tribes, both past impacts that were never mitigated and current and ongoing impacts that have not yet been mitigated. And that also led to some tribal water rights that have not been addressed yet. So pre-1914 might not be the legal term, but it's certainly relevant to tribes today. And then we shifted our conversation to talk about how we might update and retrofit antiquated infrastructure to allow for more functioning conditions. The example of levee setbacks was given to allow the river more process-spaced, and ag wetland management.
Excellent, thank you, Carrie. Yeah, definite nexus between our infrastructure and our regulatory challenges. All right, this is our second to last group.
Yeah, we just started to scratch the surface on this topic, but one of our main areas of focus was talking through a general need to better acknowledge and account for the long-term depreciation of infrastructure, and both to maintain it and make repairs as needed, as well as to adapt and update as conditions change and as needs change.
Yeah, so not only the new infrastructure that needed, but what it's going to cost to maintain our existing infrastructure. Yeah. Thank you, Anna. Were you all one group here? Great. Okay. Excellent. Well, certainly a really great tee up for our next presenter. I've lost clickers in my pocket. Our next presenter here, Dr. Mike Anderson, who will be spending a little bit more time kind of building on this past and what we've seen with California's climate change what that means for our future. So kind of changing from the past as we start to think about what we do next.
Now I'm mobile. This is awesome. I have a hard time standing still, in case you might not have noticed. So, good afternoon, everybody. Michael Anderson, your state climatologist. Quick show of hands, how many people knew you had a state climatologist? Oh, hey, we're making progress. I'm excited for that. All righty, so here we go. Start with the concept of climate normals. My good friends at NOAA, this is what we define. What is normal, or what is your average condition? So we start with two of them. The beginning of the 20th century, those lovely blue dots and that blue triangle is the average of those 30 years, 1901 to 1930. Nice that all the little circles are right by the triangle for the most part. If you guessed average, most of the time you'd be right. Now let's fast forward to our current climate normal, 1991 to 2020. Rather an eventful set of years, you might say. The average is that beautiful orange diamond. So you'll notice one thing about it. On the temperature scale, we've moved over 2 degrees Fahrenheit. We've warmed. I think everybody would agree, yeah, that's not surprising. Fascinating, though, if you look at the average precip. It's just about the same, 23.5 inches for statewide. And now, this state that has an average precip down in the southeast deserts of about 2 inches per year. And the North Coast, which does about 120. You can wiggle around a lot in that space and still land at 23.5. However, it's kind of interesting. But this time now, if you guess average, what do you notice? The one thing you're pretty much assured of is you're going to be wrong. All right, so think about all of your water management actions where you start with average. Once upon a time, you were great. Now you realize that's only the starting point. I got to figure out which side of average we're going and how far. And let's talk about that. All right, if you thought the last decade was hard, you're right. And here's a depiction of it. So this is taking the historical years, and we break them down into a distribution which percentile you're in. And each new year, we see where it falls. So hey, all our water infrastructure built under the idea that average was a good predictor, 30th to 60th percentile, the expected range. Over the last decade, how many times did any of our precip temperature or snowpack land there? Once. Okay, that's a little tricky. How about anomalous? Okay, we do have a rule set, when things aren't quite where we want them, we can kind of get by. That's okay. Not a whole lot of those either. Now the extremes. How do we deal with extreme conditions? Well, we usually do that through emergency orders, asking to bend rules, getting out of normal processes. You can get away with that maybe once a decade, right? 7 times a decade, people start to think, do you know what you're doing? Right? So if you felt that way, this is why Mother Nature's not playing by the same rule set anymore. So water management shouldn't either. All righty, so how does climate change happen, right? We wake up one day, neon green sign in the sky saying, hey, you have a new normal. Sadly, no. What we get instead is we start with an extreme, and I'm going to use minimum temperatures because 1934 was a really weird year. Fantastically hot, warmer than any year for decades before it or after it. Then we hit 1980 and we did it again, and you say, all right, cool, once in a lifetime, great, got through it. Oh, shoot, why is it doing it again? At least we get a few years in between. Well, by 2011, every single year is warmer. So it starts as an extreme, it becomes episodic, and then becomes commonplace. In terms of adaptation, the extreme, you can say, ooh, that was an extreme. Okay, we're going to learn our lessons and we're going to move forward. We better start moving forward because it's going to become episodic, which means you're going to have the same questions happening sooner. When it becomes commonplace, hopefully those adaptations are implemented, or you're finding things just aren't working. Now, the fun part. 20th century, we warmed 2 degrees. Let's look at what's ahead in the next 75 years. 4 times that rate. So what we've seen so far is a very slow walk, but we're picking up speed. We're going to move faster through extreme to episodic to commonplace. And I'll give you this, 2013, what a fantastic water year. For those of you that aren't aware, in December at the AGU conference in San Francisco, I held a press conference because I had a partnership with NOAA. And we launched the Hydrometeorological Test Bed Network. Wow, that's a mouthful. Or HMT. Understand why NOAA likes acronyms, because their words are really long. So HMT network. So we began the first network to actually watch atmospheric rivers. Now, it just so happened Mother Nature was really, really kind and had 3 atmospheric rivers hit back to back to back that week. 25,000 scientists, very wet, not too happy about it, but rather a nice punctuated statement for the network we're announcing. Now, at that point, we were wetter than 1983. All right, we're having a great water year, first quarter in the bag. What could possibly go wrong? Never ask Mother Nature that question, please. All right? Because what happened was everything went just bone dry. And water that you thought you had, you didn't have. Okay, once in a lifetime event, right? Well, guess what? In 2022, we did it stronger and warmer. We're already moving to episodic, gang. So now, the good news, now that I've got you all kind of going, oh man, we're in trouble. Good news is that top graphic from my good friend Mike Ettinger. This was a great depiction. Why? This is year-to-year variability, right? If you're in a pink dot zone part of the U.S., one year actually looks like the next. Get into the yellows, it gets a little. Then you get to California. Our year-to-year variability is half to more than half of the average. In other words, what happened last year, it would be a really weird thing if that same thing happened again. So you're already built for this. That's awesome. We have a head start. Can you imagine the good fun the poor folks on the eastern seaboard are going to have when they get introduced to our variability? Oh my, it's going to be a ride for them. Next. So anyway, when you hear the narrative, right, climate change, so we kind of work through I think we have it on our next slide. All righty, so if you like a little reading from a long distance, a lot of tiny print, here you go. But this is kind of like trying to put everything that could possibly happen, right, onto a single graphic. Well, more rain, less snow, warmer temperatures, vegetation changes, ecosystem changes, timing changes, how all that messes with absolutely everything we do in water management. Even some of the things we thought were fundamental backstops aren't there anymore. So, this may seem daunting, but I remind people, we can do this. All righty, so as we build our water year, 1, just a little grounding. There are some things that are still the same. It is nice to know we still orbit the sun. We still tilt 23.5 degrees each way to create our seasons. It helps us, and with the Mediterranean climate, this is really cool because we have defined actions that happen in each season, right? Our to-do list is actually constrained a bit by that. Well, that's power. In the fall, we look for that precipitation onset. For those of you up on the North Coast, beginning of October. For those of you down at San Diego, it's not until Halloween. That's why we say October is the beginning of the water year. This brings us to another point. What's your time step? 1 month, you can cover a lot of ground, right? Especially when something might happen over the course of a few days or even hours, like the changing of a freezing elevation going from 12,000 feet down to 2,000 feet. When it's raining at 12,000 feet, the Sierra Nevada is doing a very different thing than if it's snowing at 2,000 feet. When does it start snowing? And what happened before then? Because if it's a dry landscape and snowpack builds, 100% snowpack is not 100% runoff. Boy, did we learn that lesson in 2021. All right, so the big three, December, January, February, 90 days. Half your annual precip shows up in this window. The make or break round, right? Atmospheric river activity also tends to peak at the end of December. That's kind of a good thing because it's not wet or dry, it's wet and dry. Understanding what's happening now, next, what's on the horizon. Those things will help us. And we use these pieces with what we know, what we can anticipate to help us understand where are those opportunities. This is the other great piece. We have a fantastic partnership with some absolutely brilliant folks. We had a former member of NOAA's research community come to California, start the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes, and this had a decade-long partnership studying the characteristics of our key delivery mechanism of water to the state. Over half the water supply is because of these characters. 90% of the flood damage in Northern California is because of these characters. So understanding the timing, pace, and scale of the storms can help you anticipate what to be doing now, what to be doing next, and what's on the horizon. And I put 2022 up there because this is the year after 2021, the second driest year in the historic record going back to 1896. We missed 1924 by a mere 1/10 of an inch. So close. But heading into 2022, remember that was year 2 of drought. 2024 was year 1. Doing that on year 2, things were kind of grim. 2022 starts, and we get this beautiful AR. Right through the Golden Gate, into the Sac Valley. You couldn't have picked a better start to a water year. Unfortunately, it did not last, but a single can make a huge difference. And those of you in Southern California know the November storm this year made all the difference in the world because that one storm had more than 90% of what you had all the previous year. Also had the remains of Hurricane Priscilla. Tropical moisture at the end of November. That's kind of a challenge. All righty, so now that was the easy stuff. And that's why I tell people, I get the easy job. Geophysical fluid dynamics, no problem. Water policy, wow, okay. This is where it gets fun, right? So, you'll notice climate change policies, there have been many, many efforts here on this front to help define the space. And this is a good thing because this will help set the stage for our good friends with Water Plan in what they try and attempt to do. A lot of this actually directs them. You're going to incorporate climate change. It's going to be a good thing. All righty, so 2, though, that are really standouts. This is awesome, right? 1, we can actually consider the watersheds as part of infrastructure. That is fantastic because we're going to need to lean on that in a big way. And we can actually leverage that knowledge to help us navigate as that landscape changes. Next up is Senate Bill 122 that brings aquifers into the mix. So now we have our surface and our groundwater. We've got the pieces in play. This helps set the stage. And I know I'm running along. All righty, so then we have the guidance and strategies and science in action. Now there's one tucking in the back there that really set the stage for this. And this was my first adventure in trying to inform policy with science. And what an adventure that was. It's California's water supply strategy, adopting to a water drier future. This is such a fantastic document, not only because you can Google California hotter dryer and this document pops up, but this document actually said, hey, it's getting warmer. When it gets warmer, as we noticed in 2021, the watersheds behave the same. We better start thinking about that. And that really is that first step towards where the group is now with your targets, to say, hey, what you thought you had, you're not going to have. Oh, lovely people, thank you. So, Cheers to both of you. All righty, so got plenty of documentation. We've got plenty of science. We're in a great space. So now it's no longer understanding what is climate change going to do. We actually got a pretty good idea, and we actually have a pretty good technical framework to bring to the table. Trick is, how do you implement it, right? You know things are going to change. Not exactly when, but you have a pretty good idea how they're going to change. And we realized, well, the physical parts we can get through. I'll remind you of that because from 2012 to 2016, the average snowpack in that 4-year period was only 33% of average, including a year with only 5% of average. Folks, that's the end of century expectation. So you've already done it. And it was painful, but you did it. And those are good things to remember. All righty, so great fun is how they're going to do this and how they're going to bring it to the watershed scale. Because this fundamentally gets us back to understanding our watersheds from now. What's coming next? And what's on the horizon? And how quickly is the horizon coming? So how we use this information, how we frame it, and how we meet the targets Joel is going to be talking about next are going to be helpful. But the good news is the information is here. We have a fantastic team to bring that to the table. All righty, so yes, more extremes, more uncertainty. We know the character of the storms. We actually are observing a lot of really key features of those storms to leverage the knowledge of how much water is coming where and when. Now, the trick is, do we have enough lead time to actually do something about it? On one hand, to get the emergency response in place, okay, great. But this isn't dodge floods, water supply later. This is looking at the floods and saying, whoa, okay, there's our supply. How do we do this? And trick is, how do you evaluate that in a systematic way to say, in a watershed-specific manner or even in a regional manner, what works? Because again, the North Coast does not look like the Southeast deserts. So a one-size-fits-all policy is actually probably the worst choice you can make. Instead, you want it tailored to say, hey, here are your opportunities. Here's where that chance is, and this is where you might gain ground. Now, again, all of that has to roll up and get us kind of back to that notion of an average precip of 23.5 inches, right? In the end, it's ought to all roll up into a total that says, hey, the state, we're still making progress. We're still moving forward. And that's what this water plan is aiming for. The goal is to make sure that they're on target on that. My goal is to help them with the science. So, all righty. Like I say, if you thought climate change was for the next generation, you get through this career, retire, and say, whew, someone else's problem. Sorry, it's already here. You're knee-deep in it, and but that's okay, because we've learned a lot. We've shown we can do this, and we're actually looking at it from a perspective of, let's take this head on, and we're going to make it happen. And I really like that. And so figuring out what choices do you have, which ones, again, it's not just the rubric of science, but also policy. Which ones offer the chance to move forward, right? Which ones are potentially really helpful but need some help either in the science or in the policy? And then managing, again, gaining ground one place but giving up in another. What does the 12-sided Rubik's Cube come into shape into a solution that works? Alrighty, so anyway, if you like storms, that's our 2022 storm, October 2021 storm. Record-setting low pressure off of Aberdeen, Washington, but the most moisture transport was through the Golden Gate. Absolutely fabulous. All righty, anyway. I do want to give thanks to Romain Mendley. He's over in the corner over there. He is an absolutely fantastic partner to work with because, again, I can do the science really, really well. Not only can he handle the science, he understands the policy really well, which is a great partner to have. And as I say, we get by with the help of our friends. Keep that in mind. All right, Joel.
Thanks, Mike.
Good. All right.
All right, thank you, Mike, for setting us up with a pretty scary look at what's coming with climate change and the challenges that it poses for us. So, advisory committee team, are you still with me? I know we're late in the afternoon here. This next section is going to get a little bit in the weeds. I'm going to try to keep it as high level as possible, but I hope you can just stay with me and track, because what I'm going to try to explain and share with you is our approach to actually write this plan and make it effective. And I really want you to dialed in on this because we'd like your feedback. So be thinking about questions. We really do want this to be a two-way dialogue. So after I kind of go through the overview, Eric, Sy, and I are both going to be available for questions, and we can talk through this with you. So just a couple thoughts to set this up. The moment that we're in right now is a pretty scary moment. The goals for our state and what we want for our communities. So there are all kinds of challenges. We have ecosystem pressures. Many of our ecosystems are degraded. Biodiversity is declining. Wildfire is destroying lots of our headwaters and even sometimes our cities, like we saw in LA recently. That has water quality and community impacts. We have shifting demand across the state, which can be very hard to manage for. As a former general manager of a small water district in the Sierra Nevada foothills near Yosemite, I personally was impacted by wildfire. We lost our infrastructure. We had our wooden flumes that the gold miners built burn, and that was the only supply. No, that's just one example of many infrastructure challenges that we have. And then, when we look at our state, we did so much development 50, 60, 70 years ago. These dams are getting old. These conveyance facilities are getting old. We have many, many challenges with our infrastructure. And then climate is just making everything harder. And I have a question for the group, just thinking about the Sierra snowpack. Does anyone know what the average Sierra snowpack is in the average year? Anybody know how many millions of acre feet that is? Any guesses? So it's about 15 million acre feet on average of snowpack in the Sierra Nevada. And it ranges all the way up to 33 million acre feet in the biggest of snow years, and then all the way down to under 5 million acre feet in the worst of years. So we have so much volatility, but that average, that 15 million acre feet or so, that's been so important for our state, because we have a lot of rim dams that slowly get refilled over and over again by that snowpack in the spring and the summer, even into the fall. And that allows us to have the water we need for our ecosystems, for our agricultural demands, and for our urban folks. And so we don't have that snowpack to refill reservoirs over and over again. We just, in some cases, just have the reservoir capacity from rainfall. That really diminishes our water supply. And so what that leaves us with, certainly for the folks who depend on the Sierra Nevada, is we need to find other ways to build more resilience into our water supply, and we need to use other methods and not just rely on what has been the single biggest reservoir in the state, which is the snowpack. And so I think that's a big challenge, and we've been given some tools to take a look at this, and I'm going to go through those in just a minute. But there are actually two pieces of legislation that we have to implement in the 2028 plan. We've talked about SB 72, the modernization of the water plan. In addition to that one, we have SB 659, and this is the California Water Supply Solutions Act. This was passed in 2003, and this is really focused on groundwater recharge. And so I just want to highlight this briefly. We're actually going to have Stephen Springhorn talk about this in a lot more detail tomorrow, and he'll go through this. But I just want you to know and flag this. We're going to be looking at groundwater. We're going to be doing an assessment and analysis of it, and we're going to have that included in the 2028 plan. And when we think about those other strategies for water supply, if the snowpack is as reliable as it used to be, groundwater is certainly one that I think has a lot of potential. So how did SB 72 come to being? How did this thing get passed? How did a water piece of legislation have unanimous support from the Assembly and the Senate and get signed by the governor? Well, this is the second run at it. So this actually was pushed forward a couple years ago as SB 366 by Senator Caballero, and it got all the way through to the governor's desk and it got vetoed. And I want to give a shout out to many folks in this room who worked on this behind the scenes and talked about the importance of it and supported Senator Caballero. Many of you are the reason why we're here today and we have this opportunity to modernize the water plan. But I think when it came back again last year as SB 72, there was even bigger support than the first go around. Look at all these logos. Look at all the sectors on the bottom here who supported this. And the co-sponsors, thank you to CMUA and CSAC and SEEB, and thank those folks for being on the advisory committee to help us think about this plan. So we are riding a wave of momentum from all across the state because there's an urgency that we need to do better planning and we need to build more reliability into our water supply. And so we've looked at this slide already, but just a quick reminder, 9 million acre feet of additional water supply, conservation or storage by 2040. That's the interim target. That will be replaced. We will all work in 2033 to replace that with watershed level targets, and that's for 2050. And I'm gonna go through not only 28, but also go through 2033 because these plans really work together. What I would say is the 9 million acre foot target, which Karen is gonna go through in more detail a little later today, is an approximate planning target showcasing the need for additional water supply in the state. But we do need to unpack that, and we want all of you to understand what that target is and what that target isn't for this process. All right, so the legislation gave us some tools, and we call this the flower. Thank you to Karen Deb for creating this. It's been a great one. So I just want to share these with you. These are things that the legislation has asked DWR to consider, and we would like all of your help in considering these strategies. These are adaptation strategies. These will help us have the reliability that we need. And we're not limited to this. One that could be on here that isn't would be headwaters. And Jason Kiken with the Forest Service, I know you've done a lot of work in headwaters. We want to explore things like that, even beyond what. But let's just talk briefly. So new water storage facilities, that would be something like a new reservoir, maybe site reservoir. We also see Sisk Dam on San Luis in the process of being raised. And we have the WISIP program, the Water Storage Supply Investment Projects Fund. That's going forward. So there's a lot of opportunities for new water storage. Then groundwater recharge, tons of opportunity there. We'll learn more about that through the SB 659 presentation. Water conservation and recycling, I'm sure we'll hear from Tia on that tomorrow. And a lot of opportunities there across the state. Capture, we'll have a presentation on that tomorrow. Desalination, we see the Carlsbad facility and others. Conveyance, looking at our backbone infrastructure, but also some of those smaller systems. Water transfers, and demand management. And demand management, I'd like you to think about that as things like land repurposing in the Central Valley, which is being driven by Sustainable Groundwater Management Act implementation and compliance by 2040. But also, this could be just irrigation efficiency, using less water, using it. So this is the group of strategies that to look at, and we're going to give you a presentation. In fact, AC members are going to give presentations on all of these tomorrow, and we thank you for your willingness to bring your subject matter expertise. So how is DWR going to approach actually getting to these targets and making sure that they are technically supported? How are we going to develop a strategy? Well, we're really going to do three things. We're going to look at the data, we're going to look at the targets, and then we're going to look at actions. So the first thing we need to do is understand statewide water data. We need to bring some new technology into our team, and we need to understand what data is good, where it needs to be improved, because if our data is bad, then our foundation is bad. So we need to build off a strong foundation. And then we'll get into the targets where we're going to be setting long-term water supply targets. Now that's really 9 million acre feet in 2028. That's already set by the legislation. But in 2033, DWR, through working with all of you and the next advisory committee, are going to be setting new targets at a watershed level. And then once we understand what those targets are, which is really going to be based on the difference between the supply that we project and the demand, then we will get to actions. And this is going to be project portfolios of things that we think all of water managers should be doing across the state that make sense. This will be climate adaptation strategies. And we will do an economic cost-benefit analysis of whether these make sense, whether they're cost-effective. And we will provide these to all of the water managers across the state by 2033. So, what tool are we going to use to do this? Well, the most important tool that's future-focused that we have is something that we've been using for about 20 years, and it's called the WEAP model. And the WEAP model is a model that allows us to dynamically assess all of the hydrologic factors across the state. So that includes climate change, it includes precipitation, it includes population growth. We can put in regulatory changes. We can add projects into this model, like a new reservoir or new groundwater or a new regulation. And as we add projects in, we can see how it affects the whole system and dynamically. So this model is our main tool for the future-focused work that we're going to use to provide those and the adaptation strategies to water managers across the state. And we are using this model. We've been using it for 20 years, but we haven't fully built the model out. And so we need to get this built out statewide. And I'm going to tell you how we're going to do that. So the WEAP model goes down to the HUC 8 level. The HUC 8 level stands for Hydrologic Unit Code 8. This is a common way of looking at watersheds. And so you can look on the left here and you can see the 10 hydrologic regions across the state. And then if you look over to the right, those polygons, each one is around a watershed. And there are 140 HUC 8 watersheds in California. So when our modeling is done, we will have the state modeled at this level, and we will actually have adaptation strategies for each and every one of these polygons. And so where are we right now? So we have already, in the WEAP model, we've completed modeling in the Sacramento River hydrologic region. We've done the San Joaquin River and Tulare Lake. We are almost done with the San Francisco Bay and South Coast. They should be ready within a week or two. And this is the modeling that we will have done for the 2028 water plan. But we are going to be working on modeling the whole state by 2033, and I'll show you our timeline for that. So, how are we going to use this WEAP model to actually inform water supply decisions, policy decisions, regulatory recommendation, and strategies that all of you could use across the state to have water reliability? Well, we're going to start with baseline assumptions. So that means, what are we putting into the model that's going to inform when we put additional things like projects, how is it going to react to those? And so the baseline assumptions will be looking at SGMA compliance, environmental regulations, climate change, subsidence, future land use, ag, urban, and environmental demands. All of that needs to be determined and decided upon. And our main tasks for the next meeting, first one, but the next meeting will be to talk through DWR's baseline assumptions for this modeling effort. And so we will be providing information to you for meeting 2 in about 3 months. Once we have the baseline, then we'll move over to actually modeling all of the hydrologic regions. So we have about 5 done, and then in 2028, 29, and 2030, we will model the Central Coast, the North Coast, Colorado River, North and South Lahontan, and that will cover the entire state with the WEAP model. And once we have the hydrologic regions and the whole state covered, we will be able to run the model, see what future conditions will be with things like climate change, and we'll be able to identify the gaps between supply and demand. And in some cases, like in the North Coast, we'll have a surplus of water. It's not always going to be a shortage. In other cases, maybe we'll be right where we want to be, but in many parts of the state, this modeling will likely identify a shortfall. And it's those shortfalls that will be the targets that will be put in the 2033 plan. You stack up all the targets statewide, that will be your new 2033 water supply target. And that's what will replace the 9 million acre feet. All right, so how are we going to figure out what projects we're going to model? Well, we'll look at what's already out there. So we'll look at groundwater sustainability plans, GSPs, a lot of projects in there. We'll look at urban water management plans, ag water management plans, and many others. And then we can categorize these projects in the Watershed Hub. Lucian has been working on that. That's an online interactive map and tool where we can place projects. DWR will put projects in, but also we will, within guardrails, allow water managers and other folks to put projects into this tool. And then we need to decide, okay, we have 1,000, 2,000 projects. What are we actually going to model? Because we can't model everything. We don't have enough time or money to model thousands of projects. And that's where we need to develop project criteria. And that's another thing that's going to be a key question that we bring to all of you. What criteria will we use to choose which projects we actually want to put into the WEAP model and see how we're going to meet our supply and demand goals for the future? So that's for 2028 plan. For 2033, we are going to get all the way to finishing the modeling, selecting the projects, and then providing what we're calling project portfolios or adaptation strategies, statewide at the HUC 8 level. And so that is going to be a custom, tailor-made suite of recommendations for all water managers about what makes the most sense for them to do in order to meet their water supply and reliability goals. We will also have economic assessments conducted, benefit cost analysis, and we will have policy recommendations. So we went over the top one, we got to those watershed scale targets, then we're going through the bottom one, so we have our database of projects on the bottom left. We understand the criteria. We choose the ones to model. We're going to have that statewide for the 2028 plan. And then that's going to be it for the 2028 plan. But when we get into the 2033 plan development, we will run the models for every single hydrologic region in the whole state. We'll understand if those project portfolios are actually closing the supply and demand gap or whether we still need to adjust them. And we'll do all of this in coordination with all of you, but also we're going to travel and we're going to hold regional forums, which are public meetings, and we're going to talk to each region about what their needs are, what projects are important to them, and we're going to take local planning efforts and we're going to work them into this process. And what we're going to have at the end is an evaluation of how close this process gets us to meeting our goals. Are we closing those gaps between supply and demand? Are we still short? Where are we? And then we'll continue adjusting until we're able to provide strategies that meets the needs of the state. So this is a high-level overview of how we're going to approach both the 28 and the 33 water plan. And because we don't have much time, in fact, we have an alarmingly little amount of time to get the 2028 plan done, we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So we need to make 28 meaningful. We need to provide projects that can get us to the 9 million acre feet, but we will be more on the qualitative level and less on the quantitative level for 28. In 2033, we're going to have had time to do our technical work, finish our statewide modeling, and inform those watershed-based targets. But one thing we will do in 28 is we will do a test of concept on these regional portfolios, these climate adaptation strategies. And we're going to be choosing a portion of a hydrologic region. We have some ideas of where that might be. We'd like your input on that. And then we will do a test of concept on actually modeling these adaptation strategies, seeing how they perform, hopefully working closely with the locals, and bringing the results back to this group. And we're going to learn from that test of concept in the next year, year and a half. And then when we go to the 2033 plan, we'll roll out this statewide, and we'll have the adaptation strategies for every hydrologic region at that granular HUC 8 level. In addition to the process that I just talked through with the WEAP modeling, we also have this other piece of legislation, SB 659, and we're going to be doing a similar process where we collect and assess data with the Division of Planning working very closely with the SGMO team, the Sustainable Groundwater Management team. We're going to then develop recommendations on groundwater recharge, and then we're going to analyze those recommendations. But again, because we're so short on time, the analysis for 2028 will be a qualitative analysis. And then in 2033, we will update this analysis with and moving forward, and we will get to more of a quantitative analysis on groundwater. Again, you'll hear a lot more about this from Stephen Springhorn tomorrow. All right, so how are we going to engage with all of you and others as we go through this process? You are one of many groups that we're working with. There's also a state agency team. There are about 20 state agencies across the state in Sacramento who are meeting with us quarterly. We're keeping them up to speed on our modeling and methods and approach, and we're looking for alignment, and we're looking to not reinvent wheels, get their buy-in on this strategy. We also have a tribal advisory committee that Anacita is leading. They've already met a couple of times, and they have a representative on this advisory committee here today. And then we have a technical working group, which is looking at our modeling and our methods and providing a third-party independent review on our approach. And we have regional forums. Those are public meetings that will be held all across the state. Our goal is to hold the first meetings across all of California before the end of this year. And we would like all of you to help us set those up and potentially even be kind of a sponsor or a liaison in your area. And then finally, we have a groundwater recharge working group, which we are setting up with SIGMO, and we'll be working on SB 659. So lots of engagement is happening. And this is the actual roadmap with all of these different things all together. And what we could do is we could spend the next 2 hours going through every box and following every arrow, and I won't do that to you. We actually tried that, and it was just a little bit too much. So let's not do that today, but I will highlight a couple of things. We have a technical work stream, which is up top here. And you can see this is the 2028 plan and the 2033 plan. We have a planning work stream, and we have an engagement work stream. All of these things are interrelated, and we have very carefully designed this to happen in concert and to support each other. And the one thing on here that we haven't talked about very much that I think is one of the most important tasks for this group is the policy recommendations for 28 and also in 33. And so I want you to be thinking about, we understand the need, we understand the urgency, understand the strategies. Dr. Anderson said we have a pretty good idea of what we might need to do. The question is, what policies will actually allow us to get there? How can we get through the barriers that have stopped us from doing what many of us feel like we know we need to do? And I think that, I heard a quote, which is, the hard stuff is the soft stuff. And I really believe that. I think that most of this is really people. And I think that success is going to depend on our ability to build relationships, tell really good stories to decision makers and to the public, to build trust. And I think that we need to think about this from our capital in Washington, D.C., with Congress and the presidential administration, and we need to think about our administration in Sacramento. We need to think about all of our state agencies. We need to think about the Assembly and the Senate. We need to think about water boards across California and city councils and boards of supervisors. And we need to think about the public. And if we can tell really compelling stories and show why these things matter, and why we need to invest in our water supply to all of those people. And if we can all do that together, and we can all be saying the same thing, that's the kind of effort, that's the kind of unified voice that will get these policy recommendations from a plan that sits on a shelf and collects dust, which, let's be honest, some of the past water plans have been that, to something that gets implemented. And that is our goal. And that is our commitment, is that we are going to work toward implementation, not just writing a plan. We have to pay for it. We do have to pay for this work. So I do want to just make sure we touch on the budget. I think Carla mentioned earlier that we don't necessarily have as much money as we would want. And so you can see that the baseline funding that we've had for the water plan is around $4 million a year. And that's actually been the baseline funding going all the way back to about 20 years ago. And we are, as we see it right now, we'll see what the May revise comes out with in the next couple days, looking at about $5.8 million more per year for a 5-year period. So we call this our build phase. And so we have funds that we can invest to build these new tools, but then it drops off after 5 years to the sustained funding of $2.4 million a year in addition to the baseline. So we're up to almost $10 million for the next 5 years, and then we're down to about $6 million. And so we looked at this in every possible way, and what we realized is we can't do everything that we've always done and do all of these new mandates even with these additional funds. So we had to make some really hard choices. about what we're going to focus on. And so what we are focusing on is, one, we're going to deliver this on time and on budget. We're not going to delay. We're not going to push it off. We're not going to say, well, we just couldn't do it. We're going to deliver this for all of you and for the state of California. And also, we're going to focus on future-focused tools. We're not going to look back as much. We're going to look at things like the WHEAT model. What is the climate going to do? What projects do we need? What tools can we give water managers across the state to be successful in the face of all of these extremes and challenges? And we're also going to really work on building our internal staff capacity. When we hit that fiscal cliff and we have much money, we have the resources and expertise in-house to keep these going and continue supporting these plans. We're going to also invest in communications and engagement. We're going to continue doing like this all across the state. Really great website. We're going to go attend conferences. We're going to get the word out, and we're going to keep going on that all the way through to 2033 and beyond. And we plan to always be evaluating what we're doing and why, how can we optimize, how can we modernize, and try to make all of the things that all of you are asked to do, like the reports and the water data that you send in, as useful as possible, not only to you, but to us as well. And so with that, that is your overview of the roadmap. I can only imagine there are probably a lot of questions, and we're happy to answer those for you. And we also want you to know that we're leaving room for adjustment. We're not just going to say this is how it is and there's no room to change. We want to hear from you. You know, you're here for a reason, and we welcome your input. So take a look at your handout, your big 11 by 17, and look that over. Let us know what questions you have. Here are some questions to get you started, and both Eric, Sy, and I will be available to answer, unless I'm out of time, Emily.
No, you've got time. As a reminder, though, because many of you may have questions, so if you do have a question, if you could take your name card and tilt it upward, that way we can kind of go through in a cadence with the time that we do have. All right, so Joel, do you want to kind of walk through questions, or you want me to tee them up? Or
Sure. I see a question right over here.
Thank you. And this might come out at another time, but I'm very curious about the WHEAT model, some things that it does well, some things that it doesn't do well, and in certain areas particularly. If we get a chance to expand on that, that would really help.
Yeah, definitely. This is Eric Sy with the planning team. And so, yeah, we already started kind of developing some, fact sheets and one-pagers that kind of introduce the WHEAT model and what its capabilities are as well. And so we definitely will plan that to distribute those when they're ready.
Looks like Heather.
Yes, thank you. So there's a tremendous body of knowledge at the local level, and because there is a funding gap, I'm wondering if there's ways that local agencies or industry experts can help kind of be like a first compiler of data that's going to be used by DWR, and maybe some like early QA/QC to kind of cut out some of those man hours of DWR staff that would just be kind of gathering and reaching out to people. Is there a way we can set up kind of a central hub of places within the state to help take some of that, what I'll call initial work, off of your hands?
I think I would want to know more about your ideas, and we could have an offline conversation with the team. But I love that. Wherever we can not have to reinvent the wheel or do something twice, that sounds like a good thing to explore. Okay, David.
Yeah, thank you, Joel, and thanks, great presentations today. I had a question a little bit earlier, I think, for Michael, that maybe can answer. When you look at the water year dynamic that he described, where do tides fit into that?
Where do what?
Tides.
Tides.
Yeah, we saw a lot about the atmospheric rivers, that kind of thing. As we're managing the Bay Delta, tides have a huge influence. How do we start thinking about tides, and is that going to be part of the process?
So not something I can answer for you right now, but do we have
Did
Mike
Michael leave?
still?
Yeah, so I believe that, I think, particularly talking about tides, I mean, they are accounted for in the kind of boundary conditions then of the hydrologic and operations model. So yeah, that would be accounted for.
Okay, I think we ought to look at that a little bit more. I mean, from everything we see, that has a huge influence on water management in the Delta, almost as much as the atmospheric rivers.
Okay, we'll take that down.
Yeah,
Thank you. All right. How about Mary Ann?
Thank you, Joel. Question maybe the opposite of what David was raising, in the sense that we have had wildfires, and we know wildfires, until we get our forests in a different area of sustainability. How does wildfires and the effects on watershed fit into the WEEP model, or how is it incorporated if not the WEEP model?
All right, well, this is my passion area because I am from the headwaters and I still live up in the headwaters. So we are looking at whether forest management projects, like thinning projects, like let's say you had an acre of forest land and you had 1,000 trees on it, which is way overstocked, way too many stems. And what if we went in there and we used a masticator and we thinned that down to 150 stems per acre? Okay, so you have way fewer trees, so you think that they would be using less water, less evapotranspiration, and all of that. Also, we know that when the snow falls down, it can often kind of create a better snowpack that lasts longer if it's not fighting its way through the canopy. And so I was talking to CAL FIRE about, are we going to get more surface water and groundwater supply if we are doing these projects? And I think the jury's still out to some extent on that. I think we still are trying to figure out if there's enough of a link there to where we would model, okay, that's an adaptation strategy, let's clear millions and millions of acres, and that's gonna lead to part of that 9 million acre feet. But what I can tell you is if a wildfire goes through, generally our forests are unhealthy and they are overstocked. And so when fires burn, they don't burn low intensity on the ground. They burn in the crown, and they're completely devastating. And they're so hot, oftentimes they'll cook the soil to the point where it's hydrophobic and it can't even absorb water. We do get a pretty good-sized bump of additional runoff after a fire goes through because everything's dead and it's not absorbing as well. So you do see a little bump there, but that's bad for all kinds of reasons. That's not a good outcome. So what we want to understand is there a link between better forest management and water supply? And even if there isn't, it's still a really good thing to do for many, many reasons. But those are the kind of things we want to explore. Water quality for sure. When we have those fires, we have landslides and we have toxic substances that get into our reservoirs and water supply. When we have sedimentation in the reservoirs, we lose our water supply, and there are a lot of water quality bad things that happen from that. So yes, it's a concern. Tony.
Am I live?
You're live.
If I could just add an editorial
Please.
to that, Joel. I think the linkage between water supply and all the other impacts of wildfire can't be completely compartmentalized. They're really interrelated. The infrastructure impacts of wildfire will affect water supply. The toxicity of wildfire will affect water supply. The sediment impacts will erode, no pun intended, will erode our reservoir storage. So I agree the jury is out a little bit on the, what are the water supply, the true water supply benefits of reducing evapotranspiration. There's definitely a benefit. It's just in what place and time. But I still wouldn't separate that from the other issues and how they affect water supply. That's just my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, Michelle.
I should have made sure you could see my name, Joel. So I did have a question. So you mentioned we're going to talk more about the WEEP model and kind of what goes into, I guess you could call, I hate using the phrase baseline, but for lack of, using better language, baseline. So obviously there's operational considerations there, there's regulatory considerations, as you said. But I am wondering, since operational and regulatory changes can affect water supply either positively or negatively in such a large way, is there a reason that those are not included in the flower graphic as a specific call out? Because I was kind of thinking of them as a subset of all those other things, but it seems like it's kind of, that can almost be a standalone. So I was wondering if there's a reason that is not in there.
Well, we probably have to talk to Senator Caballero about that. That is what was in the legislation, those things. But it's a start, not an end. So I think we can go wherever we need to go, whatever makes sense. but it just wasn't called out specifically in the bill.
And I would just add that, yeah, so the baseline assumptions that we input are, yeah, I mean, just the baseline. And yes, the model of capabilities then, depending obviously on which policy recommendation there is, though, to then measure, okay, if there's a change in policy, then how would you evaluate that, relative to the baseline future, based upon those initial baseline assumptions. So yes, in theory, there's a way to be able to do a comparison and look at those as an actual strategy or action.
Okay, Itzel.
All right, yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for everyone's presentations today. I have a little bit more of a general comment or general question on the roadmap, and this was something I brought up in my intake call, and I believe other advisory committee members brought this up as well. But there seems to be a lack of technical assistance providers and environmental justice groups that are part of this advisory committee, and so I'm curious to hear or to see how you all plan to get the perspectives of technical assistance providers and environmental justice groups incorporated into the various aspects of this roadmap.
So I have to confess, trying to cover all of California and all perspectives with a group that wasn't so big that maybe we would fill this whole room was a challenge. And so we did our best to be responsive to the legislation and make sure that we covered everything that was required, but also try to expand that to more than that, but without getting too big. So my commitment to, and believe me, I've had so many people say, why wasn't I on the advisory committee? We wanted to, and I love that. That's really exciting that people want to be part of this. So my commitment to those folks is, this is not the only game in town. We will bring those perspectives here and they can present, and so this body can hear from them. We can include them in regional forums. They can go to Water Commission meetings and they can make public comment there, and they can talk to us directly, and we will seek that out. The goal is not to exclude any perspective, but to include all perspectives and make sure that we've heard everything and we're considering everything. And so if anyone here feels like we're missing something or that we haven't fully brought someone to the table, I want to know, our team wants to know, and we want to bring that perspective to the table, not to the commitment that we'll do that. Jason.
Well, so this conversation of wildfire, it's real, right? I mean, it's the impact not just to that forest land and the water resources, but habitat and everything else, including and communities. And so the Wildfire Task Force, having some interaction with them in one of those groups, I would hope is occurring, and I can play some of that intersection role. But it's critical. That's not why I was raising my name tag or whatever it's called, but really another thing on forest health or watershed health is aquatic organisms, right? So you have the golden mussel right now, and is that going to be, I didn't see that anywhere on the roadmap specifically, not golden mussel specifically, but how are we looking at invasive organisms and what those impacts to water systems could be? Is that a component?
I don't know that I've seen that anywhere. Eric, do we have that built in anywhere?
That's not currently incorporated within.
Yeah, so I think that's a good
yeah.
point, Jason. We'll take a look at that and see if we can build that in, because it certainly does have an impact on how we operate things. Okay, let's see. I'll come back to you, David. Cora.
Thanks, Joel. So I had two questions. One on the modeling, just the extent to which scenario planning is going to be incorporated, because there's so many variables, both on the climate and hydrology, but also on the solution set side. So that was number one. And then also it was just a clarification question. When you're talking about a database of projects, is that like project types, like different approaches, or is that specific proposed projects?
It will be actual projects. So we will actually bring all of those and compile them and then put them in the Watershed Hub. What we model is really where the rubber meets the road, though, because we can't model all of them. So I think it's that project evaluation criteria that's going to be so important for this group to help us identify which ones we actually look at to help meet our needs and our goals. And for your first question, I might have Eric
just to add to the second question, I mean, that we're also looking into, can we use WEEP then to look at kind of consolidated sets of projects, right? So if you have, 20 groundwater recharge projects, for instance, in a given area, is there a way that you can kind of model them with a given model element to capture kind of the collective performance of them, right, within a watershed? So we're looking into those questions, right? And that's one reason why the adaptation strategy kind of guess, proof of concept is what we call it now, is what we're trying to look into. Like, what is WEAP really good at modeling? What's maybe some of its limitations? And knowing that as we kind of engage with the regional forums then and being kind of clear about that. I guess on your first question, can you maybe just clarify a little bit more in terms of what you mean by scenario planning? Because yes, there will be different scenarios evaluated. I mean, each regional project portfolio, there could be several within a given watershed, for instance, right, or region. And so we are intending to look at kind of a diversity of project portfolio alternatives you can think of within each area.
Yeah, I mean, I think that mostly answers my question, just thinking about in terms of how it gets communicated in the plan of like, are there going to be different scenarios represented, and like in this scenario, maybe this is the solutions that we would use, or like coming back to what Dr. Anderson was talking about, right, like what types of hydrology and climate we're expecting, and then how that affects the water supply gap that's identified.
Yeah, as we talk to regional forums, I'm anticipating there won't be consensus on the prioritized subset of actions. So therefore, maybe kind of thematic project portfolios will be needed, right? So maybe there's one very kind of non-structurally oriented one that focuses on demand management, ecosystem restoration, and water recycling or something, and other ones where maybe much more heavily kind of infrastructure focused, right, with big storage or groundwater recharge, et cetera. I mean, those are just kind of example, but yeah, I mean, likely I kind of would see the need to kind of look at maybe some thematic bookends of alternatives in a way, and then that way kind of show some of the trade-offs associated with that.
Thank you.
Ali.
Thank you, Joel. Question I have is on the energy water nexus of these projects, and particularly how do we I'd like to understand more. First, in the WEAP model, do we envision the energy cost of the projects to be incorporated? And then the second order consequences of deploying the 9 million acre feet of water across the state and the impact to energy affordability across California. And also financeability of the projects. Is that a metric that will be part of the model or outside of it?
Yeah. So in terms of the water energy nexus, the WEAP model, currently doesn't have an aspect that looks at the kind of energy footprint, right, of these, and so that likely would be something that kind of has to maybe done on the back end, right? So you're looking at these different regional project portfolios. We are assessing economic costs associated with those as well as part of the roadmap, and then kind of on the back end, might be a look at okay, well, how much energy is required then, for this, but it's not something that's directly within the WEAP model right now. In terms of kind of the economic aspects, WEAP does have capabilities to incorporate some amount of economic analysis. I think we're currently in the process of kind of looking through and assessing, does that make sense here, and what would be the scope of that still?
And I would say, Ali, that in the intake calls and in just my conversations across the state, funding is a huge part of this, and funding is directly related to that affordability. And so what is the federal role? What's the state role? Who is paying for these things? And how can we do that in a way that's not going to have an undue impact on ratepayers? And so, there's been some interest in maybe taking a deep dive on that, maybe even forming a separate group at some point. We're still kind of thinking about what is the right time for that. But I think water energy nexus and funding and affordability, those are all things that we might want to dive into deeper in the coming months or even years. Aaron.
Yeah, I was looking at the roadmap, and I think it's come up here for a little bit. The WEAP model is going to be kind of the main hub of the tool, right? And it's a model. It looks like we really don't get a look at it until Q4, which seems like it's right around the corner. But is there a way we can look at the baseline assumptions that go into that? Because what I found in modeling is if we get those too late, and we have comments on baseline assumptions, then it sets you guys back. And one of the concerns that I think is going to come out of the agricultural realm, which I represent on wearing one hat, is on the flower map, the bubble that says demand management, if I'm wearing it in my GSA world, we understand it. If I wear it in my irrigation district hat, it's not well received. We're taking you out of business, right? So, but I heard you characterize it in a way that was contextually understandable, that the demand management is something we're dealing with, and this roadmap will help minimize that potentially, right? And that's a different way to look at it. But the baseline conditions will determine whether we're going to turn that dial up or turn that dial down. So I'd like to see the moving the, I don't need to see the model. What are the assumptions in the model early?
Yeah, and so I mean, I think we definitely heard that a lot in our intake calls. That there's a lot of interest in this AC, and discussing those, and that's why the very next meeting, we plan to have a deep dive into the baseline assumptions, right? And one clarification I wanted to make was that we haven't completed the baseline modeling yet. What we did, we've completed developing the models. So we have a model now, within those 5 hydrologic regions: Sacramento, San Joaquin, Tulare, San Francisco Bay, and South Coast. But we haven't run them yet. So what we plan to do then is, we've been developing a draft set of these baseline assumptions. We want to, kind of present those in front of this AC and others to kind of get some input. And then before we kind of, push go on the model then, moving forward, we'll, you want to collect that input essentially. And then, then we'll, when those model results are shared then, or when they're completed, we'll be able to then come back and share what those kind of baseline future without project conditions show.
And then the other thing I was going to just add is on the projects, are we going to make sure we have criteria in those projects that we, like, if we throw some, I mean, what is a project? Is it, I have permitting done, is it?
Yeah, and that's you're kind of referring to what Joel was referring to as we call that kind of the project modeling criteria, right? And knowing that projects happen at all sorts of stages of development, right? Some of them are very conceptual in nature; they don't even have a location yet or a defined capacity, right? While others, they've already had their environmental done, right? And so. We have to kind of think through, and also, so not only kind of level of definition, but also scale to some degree, right? I mean, we could spend a lot of time trying to model, some very small things that will ultimately be kind of rounding errors, honestly, in the ultimate statewide analysis. And so we may have to think about, kind of the scale of action and anticipated effect as well as maybe a criteria. So there's definitely things that the planning team have been thinking about in terms of, what would we kind of apply as kind of a universal criteria to think through what actually makes sense to put in the model, because we can't definitely do everything, as Joel had mentioned. Yeah.
So Aaron, I think you're going to see some baseline info within 3 months or so, and the criteria will also be coming to you. So hopefully that's enough time, but we are tight on time, so we're going to get that as soon as possible. Let's see.
We probably have time, Joel, for 2 more questions, which I see Craig and Lisa have their cards turned up.
All right, Craig, what you got?
I want to talk a little bit more about the project portfolios.
Yeah.
Because this is really fundamental to what the thought process was in the 9 million acre feet in the bill, is that if we try and cobble together existing projects, I don't think we're going to get even close to the number. And, when you look at, the change in hydrology from snowpack to rain like we saw this year, and it's coming fast, we don't have the capacity to catch it or move it. And so the scale of projects that are going to be necessary to do that in the future are not things that individual agencies are already planning for. So I just want to challenge that assumption that it's going to be existing projects, because I think what Eric was just talking about is, we're going to have to think of some conceptual needs in modeling and running scenarios where it's like, well, what happens if we plug in 3.5 million acre feet of storage in this sector of the model? How does that change the overall water supply? What if we can transport through a different pathway water through the Central Valley and utilize more banking options in the Central Valley and be able to move it around the state? Those aren't projects that are on the books.
Yeah.
But that's going to drive potential solutions to meet our long-term needs. So I think if we get into just looking at a list of existing agency projects, we'll never get there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I would consider, that initial project database as starting point, right? I mean, it's good to first reflect on. There's a lot of thought, done across the state, the local and regional level. Let's at least first, characterize, understand what's been proposed to date. But that doesn't limit us then to looking outside that box, basically, and looking at other solutions that maybe haven't even been included within local plans yet, but could be considered as part of this process.
And Craig, I think that one thing that we're thinking about is what is the role of the state? What can the state do? And then what is the role of the locals? And I think that we generally have really stood behind, water is best managed at the local level. That's been one of our mantras. But I do think that, if that was the case, we wouldn't have a state water project and we wouldn't have a Central Valley project and all that. So I do think that, we're not limiting it just to what can locals do and what existing projects. I think we absolutely, this is a space, and I think there's a need to think bigger than that. And what is the state's role? What is the Fed's role? And how does that fit together? So I wouldn't think that we're going to limit ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's an evolution of water supply concept that has happened recently. You look at what, Colorado River and the State Water Project, they weren't built based on local control. And so we've migrated to that at the expense of a sustainable water supply and a resilient water supply now. So to me, we got to open our minds up and think beyond that. And I also think if we're doing this with the lens that, oh my gosh, we're really worried about who's going to pay for all this stuff, we're going nowhere. So we got to do the planning work. Now, if projects fall off because no one has the capacity to build it, or the state can't afford it, or the state refuses, that's okay. It's in the planning document. It shows there was a need, but we couldn't move the project. So
And we are a little short on time.
So if we're talking about a planning process, I just think we have to be really open to all those ideas.
Thank you, Craig. I do, and Lisa has been patiently waiting. If we can keep this concise to make sure we have time for Karen Dev.
Okay, I'll try to be quick, and I want to help support Greg's point that we need to think beyond just standard projects. So I'm kind of curious how we might be looking at working with our regulators to change regulations for environmental flows and just really understanding what the flow needs are, how to meet those, but then also take other water during different seasons and use that towards this goal for a more complete water balance.
Yeah, so on the regulation side, we did listening sessions last week at Aqua. That was one of the themes, was just, a lot of people have questions or concerns about regulations or want to understand them better or have ideas. And so that will be part of this process, is looking at existing regulations, what's coming down in future years, and then what changes, what impacts would that have on some of these goals. So we will be having those discussions. All right, Emily, back to you.
Okay, I'm actually going to turn it over now to Karen Dev Singh to leaving you all with bated breath here to talk about the 9 million acre feet as we wrap up today. Thanks, Karen Dev.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you. Afternoon all. Well, first of all, thank you for this opportunity to present to this group here. So let's organize. There we go. Perfect. Put it this way. There we go. So let's organize this conversation into 3 questions, right? Where does the number 9 million acre feet come from? What are the origins for it? What does it represent? And just as importantly, what does it not represent? Let's have the conversation there. And then how is the department planning to address this target? So at a very high level, it's been talked about a few times before. The SB 72 established this first quantified statewide water supply target within the California Water Plan framework. So today we're kind of looking at how the department is understanding that target, how we're framing it in the 2028 water plan, and how this effort is in transitioning into a more detailed watershed scale analysis in the 2033 effort. And Joel already touched on that, so some of this will just be a recap. But let's start. So let's start with the first question. Where does the number come from? So the 9 million acre feet target emerged from a broad statewide policy discussion about the California's long-term water supply target under changing climate conditions, right? The SB 72 directs the Department of Water Resources to include it in the California Water Plan, an interim statewide planning target of 9 million acre feet of additional water supply, water conservation, or water storage to be achieved by 2040. So we have additional water supply, conservation, and storage, right? So we're looking at yield, being able to improve efficiency, and maybe capacity related. So there is no clear context of how this number needs to be looked at. The Section 1 of SB 72 provides the background statistics on how this number is developed, and that's using the statewide water use and then looking at the projected reduction in the available water supplies. And put those two together, you get the 9 million number. Now, one of the major reference sources in the legislation itself is the governor's 2022 California Water Supply Strategy, adapting to the hotter, drier future. So this document discusses how climate change could reduce available water supplies through a hotter, drier condition by change in the runoff timing or the increasing hydrologic variability. Now, importantly, the estimates that are referenced in this strategy were based on broad statewide planning assumptions, intended to again illustrate the point, the potential scale of water supply challenges that the state is facing. It was not with an intent to establish a precise water supply target or to come up with a reliable annual water yield number. The broader statewide conversation continued through other discussions, including the study that was published by California Municipal Utilities Association, who is one of the bill sponsors. The study was published in May 24 and 25. I think that study, well, these were hidden slides, let's go. We can definitely come back to them if you have questions on it. The study did an important change. It pivoted the conversation from just looking at climate change to reframing the conversation around access, right? The key question shifted from how much runoff is affected to how will the water available to meet beneficial uses will change under future climate, operational, and policy conditions. I heard a question about how are we thinking through beyond the climate. Those changes on the policy and operational levels also have an impact on the water supply. So I feel like this study really brought that concept into frame. And this framework is more aligned with the overall SB 72 language, because even as we're reading Section 1, it does highlight a lot of other challenges beyond just climate, as developing and framing the 9 million acre feet number. And this direction is consistent with the direction that the water plan team is taking in developing the long-term water supply target in the 2033 update. So while these individual estimates will continue to evolve and be refined over time, the key takeaway from the study is that the future water supply challenges will likely emerge from an interaction of climate, policy, infrastructure, and competing water demands. So it's not just climate change only driven effort here. So with that background in mind, let's shift to the second question. So what does this number 9 million acre feet represent, or how this number should be interpreted? Is this a statewide water supply gap estimate? Is it a reliable annual yield target that we're seeking? Is it a requirement to create 9 million acre feet of new water supply? So, and Joel touched on this before, the DWR's current framing around the interim planning target is best understood that as a statewide planning approximation that is intended to define the potential future gap, the scale of potential future gap between water supply and demand, and that is to be updated with each water plan update based on the latest science and assessments. So this is not a precise estimate of statewide water supply gap. It is a starting point. It's not a guarantee of new water supply because we're looking at a portfolio of strategies. They're looking at efficient use of water in addition to building new capacity. And it's not a final or permanent number because within the legislation itself, this number is to be revised in the 2033 update and onward. And this table kind of breaks down the progression of how this water supply planning is progressing in different iterations of the water plan itself. And it kind of highlights the framing that I just discussed in the previous slide. So for the update 2028, the statute establishes this interim planning target of 9 million acre feet using those broad planning level assumptions. As we transition into future updates, starting with 2033, the interim planning target is getting replaced with this long-term water supply target that is informed by future agricultural, urban, environmental, tribal, and recreational uses. The planning approximations are beginning to get replaced with a data-driven integrated water supply analysis. And then the statewide planning resolution itself is evolving into much finer resolution at the local and watershed scale, assessments and adaptation planning. So this evolution in both the analytical rigor and the spatial resolution is really central to how the department is looking at this 9 million acre feet number. And that is a starting point to start organizing the planning effort around what are the future challenges for managing water in California. It is not a final assessment of statewide water supply needs, but it is a starting point that is acting as a North Star for getting the conversations going at the state, regional, and local levels. So how is the department planning to address this 9 million acre feet interim target? So the approach is as follows. It has three tenets to it. The first one is just establishing the common understanding that the interim planning target helps define the scale of water supply challenges that the state is expected to see in the near future. Second, that the focus is on inventory development in the update 2028. At this time, we're trying to, building our understanding of what type of actions are available, where the opportunities exist, and how different strategies can be prioritized and organized to fit within the broader statewide adaptation portfolio. And the third is to use the 2028 effort to establish the analytical runway for the 2033 plan, where the integrated watershed modeling will evaluate the future water supply and demand gaps, and look at the project interactions and trade-offs in implementing multiple projects simultaneously, and start to develop reliable water yields associated with those projects. So the 2028 water plan would focus on identifying and organizing projects and actions by strategy and region that could contribute towards improving the long-term water supply reliability. The inventory would draw from a range of existing plans and planning efforts, including groundwater sustainability plans, regional planning efforts, statewide studies, and engagement with locals and regional forums. So I do want to highlight that these plans, yes, they're drawing on existing local plans, but at the same time, we're also looking at big, broad regional studies that are being conducted, and they will be informing this portfolio or the inventory of projects and actions that are being considered. And a type of projects and actions which can span around the adaptation strategies that are identified in the SB 72. Importantly, the projects will be characterized in terms of the estimated infrastructure capacity or operational capability rather than a reliable annual yield. Because in order to come up with the reliable annual yield, we need to look at hydrology, operations, regulations, infrastructure interactions, and competition for supplies. And that requires an integrated tool set to make assessments of how the projects will perform. So to give you an example, we could have multiple recharge projects within a region that may ultimately depend upon the same wet year water supply source. So without the integrated analysis, we cannot reliably determine the yields and the overall system-wide benefits from those recharge projects. So what the 2028 effort is focused on is really identifying, organizing, and establishing projects and actions inventory that can later be evaluated through the integrated tool set that is being planned for in the 2033 work. So in 2033, the department expects to move from inventory development to integrated watershed scale analysis. At this stage, the projects and strategies would be evaluated within the integrated water management system that would look at hydrology, infrastructure operations, ground surface interactions, regulatory requirements, future demands, climate, operational, and policy considerations. Because we understand that the project's yield is a function of not just the water supply, but how it's managed, the constraints we put on managing the plumbing of it. So all that needs to be assessed in a context of a reliable tool. And as we shared to us, that is the WEAP model. So the integrated modeling will help evaluate the trade-offs because we understand sometimes upstream actions help, and there are synergies with downstream actions. At times, they may be working with the same supply source, so they are really competing for the same. It'll avoid double counting and help develop targeted regional solutions because, as Joel shared, the resolution for this tool set is the Huck 8 watershed scale. So we're really looking at what are the challenges at that scale, what kind of opportunities are there, and evaluating these projects in context of the watershed scale. And also the 2033 framework allows for evaluation of economic feasibility of projects, of proposed projects and actions. So we're looking not just their hydrologic or water supply related yields, but also what it takes to deliver on those projects. So cost estimates are part of the calculation as well. So to summarize, the 9 million acre feet target is an important planning benchmark intended to define the scale of the future water supply challenges that we're expected to see in the state, and to create a common reference point for state, local, and regional conversations. It truly does serve as a North Star, because it has brought this group together to talk about it, to help orient the California Water Plan efforts while the state is building and refining the analytical capability to really develop those long-term water supply targets that are responsive to both climate and evolving policy and regulatory changes at the resolution it's needed to support local and regional planning. So to support that vision, the 2028 Water Plan focuses on establishing the planning framework, developing a statewide inventory of projects and actions associated with the strategies that are identified in SB 72. The 2033 plan will include quantitative assessment of reliable water supply yields from those projects and actions using the integrated toolset. So we believe that this phased approach is consistent with SB 72, which established the 9 million acre feet as an interim target to be planned for in the 2028 Water Plan, while directing the department to develop more detailed watershed scale water supply targets beginning in 2033. And in this slide, I have an image of the FAQ, which was developed and shared in your briefing package, which also outlines the same framing and the approach that the department has towards kind of framing the interim planning targets. So if I were to leave you with a simple message around the department's approach, the 2028 is all about organizing and inventorying projects and actions. The 2033 is all about quantifying and evaluating those projects and actions to meet the water supply challenges of the state. So with that, we're open for questions.
And similarly, if you do have questions, if you can turn your name turned up. I see an early question here from Alex.
Hi, thank you for that explanation. I actually had a question that kind of was a holdover from previous presentation, and then I think it's still relevant here, which is, so if we don't have the WEAP model available yet for the sort of analysis that needs to be done for 2033 for certain hydrologic regions, is there going to be a way for us to like park potential projects and other actions for those regions in a space where they don't, like, we're not doing the whole evaluation on them now the way we can in those areas where there is a WEAP model that's been fully or mostly fleshed out? Like, how do we account for those and make sure they kind of don't get lost in the shuffle and we have a place to look at them, even though we can't necessarily select among them or prioritize them in the near term?
I'll take this question then. So great question, because as you saw, our planning and evaluation process is going to be sequential, right?
Yeah.
And kind of moving throughout the state. And so just to clarify, this initial kind of database of projects will be statewide in nature, right? So we're looking at all the GSPs, all the urban water management plans, and the watershed hub, would be statewide in scope, for instance, so for agencies to input their projects. But at the same time, like you said, our models won't be ready for some areas until maybe even a few years from now for some areas, and so we are planning to time, a lot of our kind of more heavy regional forum engagement than when we have those models available, right? Because we want to have the conversation of, well, here's your baseline future conditions that we've established. We've collected your initial compilation of projects, and let's talk about a region, kind of a prioritized subset of that. Mm-hmm. So I do think that we can kind of begin to kind of characterize these actions at a statewide scale, but then we want to also be kind of strategic in timing the engagement so that it's kind of most impactful and efficient.
Thanks, Eric. See a question here from Anne.
Thanks for that presentation. It was wonderful. I have a question about the timeline horizon that the model is going to be applied over. And I ask it from the project perspective. Does the model or any of the economic analysis take into account any of the increasing risk of failure and the increasing cost of failure, as more extreme events are going to be challenging the infrastructure that is ultimately built and put in place? And I'm thinking specifically also, if we're talking about surface water storage, like new dams, and they have, say, a 50-year design life, that's going to extend beyond this water plan. But I think one thing many of us could agree on is that we're very, very good at finding money for new projects, and we are very, very bad at finding money for maintenance. So the likelihood of failure and then the cost of those consequences with the, increasing land use development, I think would be significant and something important to take into account.
Right. Yeah. So, like I said, I can take that. So on the time horizon, yes, we're looking at 2040 for 2028, and then 2050 for 2033, and then what the legislation says is 50 years after that point for each update. Then, so 2038, then would be 50 years plus after that. Yeah, you bring up definitely a good point, kind of on the reliability of infrastructure in a way. Yeah, that has not been kind of taken into account yet in terms of the performance, of the infrastructure, and so yeah, that's something that I think that we can consider and think about how to reflect here in our analysis.
I feel like that's got to be a pull-out quote for the water plan. Very, very good at finding money for new projects, very, very bad at finding money for maintenance. And that goes to some of the legislative, regulatory, conversations we discussed earlier. Any other questions for Karen Dev? Yeah.
Thanks. Just a comment on number 3, the watershed scale targets, and pointing out for like the Central Valley Project, State Water Project, those projects are intended to bridge those watersheds. And so when you're looking at a specific target, any changes, projects in those watersheds will necessarily impact the other watersheds as well. So there's no hard boundary, conditions there between watersheds. Just pointing that out.
Yeah, and we're not looking at these watersheds in isolation, right? So it's an integrated model so that, yes, you take into account exports and imports. So yeah, CVP, SWP, and other kind of, backbone infrastructure projects, would be incorporated. There's connections across the different watersheds throughout the different hydrologic regions. And so yeah, all that would be kind of taken into account then when thinking about the watershed scale target and what are the unmet demands in each area of the state.
All right, yeah, I see another question from Brian.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It occurred to me as we're talking about evaluation of projects that can account towards the 9 million acre feet. Are you looking retroactively? Is there a retroactive date since like Water Plan 2023 or something that recently completed projects would also be included in that?
Yeah, that's a good point. And we have talked about that but for the planning technical team. Initial thoughts are, probably the kind of the 2020 kind of time frame might be appropriate. There's kind of linkages with Sigma there. There's also, with our current, modeling and, as well in terms of what infrastructure is represented within our models. So yeah, that's maybe some of the initial thinking. So if there's maybe projects implemented after that would be considered probably a with project condition then, or something part of the strategies that would help meet the targets.
And that'll be part of that baseline assumptions discussion at the next meeting as well. Yeah, good question. Yeah, Carrie.
Thank you again for your presentation. One of the questions I have about this approach is, do we have a way to look at lost water storage from reservoir sedimentation that's taken place over time, and what we might gain by better maintaining those facilities and removing that sediment in operational water storage capacity?
Yes, so and that's the beauty of using analytical tool sets. It's a sandbox, and we can always test strategies. And so I think one way to potentially look at that strategy is to look at what is that reduced capacity of the existing storage infrastructure, and how that is translating into water supply numbers. But yes, so it is something that we could look at in the tool sets there. As what is the impact of lost capacity and what would be the benefit of regaining that capacity, because it's just dredging sand and kind of opening up that capacity there.
I think we have time for maybe 2 more questions. Yeah, Charles.
So I'm afraid this is more of a comment than a question, thank you all for just all of the sophisticated modeling discussions here. I am a professional layman, so I have to do this every time this comes up. But I do want to encourage this process as we go forward to sort of avoid some illusions of precision in a lot of this, because I think my fear is that this process is going to be very weighted towards projects where there's very specific understanding of what how much water will be generated or captured. But we have a very imperfect system of data and management of that. We don't live in a state where every stream has a gauge on it. We don't know where all the wells are. And so I would encourage all of us to look at potential sources of the water to go into this estimate, not necessarily to sort of turn a blind eye to something that we may not have that level of granular understanding about, but it still represents opportunities to make some significant progress towards that 9 million acre feet.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would just comment on the sort of other side of the coin. The tool itself has its limitations, and we're planning to get into those at the next meeting as well, because we're kind of highlighting the technical work as being the core backbone in answering and informing the question. It's also important to understand what are the capabilities of that tool, so that will also come up for this group's review as well. And so yeah, I think both contexts definitely should be kept in mind, that we shouldn't be over leveraging the technology, and understanding its limitations at the same time, not get into too much of the precise estimates or decimal places, because there's always room for creativity. And as we plan, numbers change.
And if I could just piggyback on that really quick, because I don't want to lose the point that Craig brought up too, because I think this is in the same lane where we have these existing proposals and that is going to be kind of the universe of solutions. All the regulatory changes, the administrative changes we're talking about, that's going to enable entire new classes of actions and projects. So yeah, I really just don't want to lose that as part of the equation. So thank you.
Thank you, Charles. All right, Lisa, closing us out also on questions here.
Gosh, I'm always last. Yeah, I'm just curious. I really like the data conversation that we're having, and I'm curious how we're going to understand maybe what our data gaps are to better understand the project, and then how do we address the data gaps as we move through this process so we don't get stuck in studying things and we get to some kind of implementation. And again, just another plug for optimization of systems for extra water and not just building projects.
I think that was just a comment, right?
No.
I didn't hear a question in there.
No, the question would be how are we going to assess data gaps and then deal with those data gaps through this process?
Yeah. So, well, I think that's an important point. I think as we begin to collect the data and information and start to do our planning and do analysis, I think we can commit to a transparent process with the advisory committee, right? And kind of sharing where those data gaps emerge. We kind of heard from Heather a little bit. Is there somehow alternative sources of information that can kind of help supplement some of the data that we currently have within DWR? And so yeah, we'd be interested in that definitely as well. I think we're still at the point where we don't know everything that we don't know right now. So, but as we identify those things, I think yeah, we can commit to being transparent and openly discuss that with the advisory committee in the future.
Okay. Well, thank you all and thank you to Karen Dev especially for walking us through. We are rounding the corner here on our last few items. And then we've got a very special surprise, as I said before. So we've got a good way to wrap the day. Okay, so I know we threw a lot of information at you today. I saw some of you feverishly taking notes. These slides will be posted and available online. So if there's anything you want to review in further detail, that will be made available. This meeting, as you can see, is also being recorded, and those recordings will also be posted and available online as well. So if you didn't quite capture it or you want to hear something back again, you'll have the chance to hear it all again. All right, so I'm going to ask you all, we're going to do thumbs up if we met our meeting objectives, thumbs sideways if we did an okay job, and thumbs down if we met our meeting objectives that you see here today. So understanding AC purpose and role, getting a kind of brief overview of California water history and reflecting on drivers for change, talking through Senate Bill 72 and 659 and the roadmap for 28 and 2033, and then discussing DWR's approach to the 9 million acre feet. Let's see, thumbs up, thumbs sideways, where are we at? All right, seeing lots of thumbs up, some sideways. Okay, well, if you have any feedback, we do have some opportunities now to get some feedback from you to even inform our discussion tomorrow. So if you see on your tables, you should have this little QR code. Hopefully you have a device with you. I can't imagine you wouldn't have a device with you in this day and age, but you may not. To go ahead and scan your QR code, you might have to pass it to your neighbor if they don't have one nearby. This is just for our advisory committee members here in the room. And then I'm going to ask our friends at Fresh Air Media to flip on over to our Mentimeter questions. Can we also change it on this screen as well? Can we present the... Okay. So your first question here, someone's already beat us to the chase here. What's one key takeaway from today's meeting? The WEAP model is critical to this plan. That's a key message, certainly, and one that we got through. Lots to sort through, but focus on laying the roadmap. We have so much to do. Well, you're in here with us here, learning about the WEAP, that we're working towards progress, not perfection. I love that. Lots of work ahead of us. 2028 is laying the groundwork. Yes, this is a multi-plan strategy. Unclear on baseline assumptions could mean 18 million acre feet. Yeah, we'll talk a lot more about those. Greg, if you can scroll down, if possible. Integrating perspectives from all sectors is critical. Theme of what got us here, not what will get us there comes to mind. Ooh, I like that one. We have a challenge to balance risk and reward. Very broad range of subject matter experts and interests represented on this committee. That's encouraging to hear. Considering environmental flows, we know that's a hot topic, certainly from our intake calls. GWR and the consulting team have done a lot of pre-work, and they appreciate us. Well, we appreciate you all, and appreciate you being here. All right, great to understand the different perspectives. Watershed scale is complicated. All right, I know we're short on time, so please, if you have any other thoughts, we welcome to hear them from you. If we can flip to the next question here. All right, so what would you like to learn more about as we head into the future? I think this is going to give us a word cloud, so you're a little limited on what you can learn more about, what you'd like to hear more about into the future. Fixing regulations. All right. And if you want to +1 anything that someone else says, if you type the same thing, it'll get larger here on our word cloud. All right. So we've had a few folks type in projects and funding. I see assumptions and baseline assumptions on there a few times. Affordability, not surprising, based on what we heard from you all at the intake calls. Lots of interest in WEAP. Okay, well, we're headed in the right direction in terms of what kind of content we'll be bringing to you all at our next meeting. Green infrastructure, economics, feasibility, conveyance, and storage. Well, you'll be hearing about some of these strategies, especially conveyance and storage, tomorrow morning. So we'll be starting the day off right. Homework. All right, somebody wants homework here. Watch out, be careful what you wish for. Methodology, what counts? All right. Lots to cover in our future meetings, but this is showing me that we're headed in the right direction in terms of the kinds of things that you want to hear more about and the kinds of things that we'll be discussing both tomorrow and at our upcoming meetings. All right, we got one more question for you all. Greg, if you can. Great. So what questions do you have, or what's still unclear? What do we need to spend more time on as a committee? It might be some of what you've already shared. It sounds like there's a lot of interest in WEAP. As Eric said, we're working on a handout that condenses WEAP, what it is, what it isn't. That'll be coming to you as part of our next meeting. Lots of questions about the model, where we are and where we need to go, what level of expertise is required. Funding, not surprising. How the department plans to hear from disadvantaged communities. That's definitely something we'll talk about kind of more broadly when we talk about regional forums tomorrow. Appetite to pursue regional differences versus one-size approach. What's already been decided? Yeah, where are we seeking input and where are we informing this group? That's a fair request. How do we address outdated regulations? That continues to be a focus. Hindered by archaic water rights. How will the multi-benefit land repurposing program, I saw one in there, support? Intersection with public health. Strategies to engage the legislature, yeah. So as we'll talk about tomorrow, these regional forums are our first focus because we really need to start to bring in those regional ideas around some of these projects, but I know there are other topics that are really critical to this group, like affordability, like legislative solutions. So we'll talk a little bit more about where those conversations can land in our discussion tomorrow. Okay, Greg, if you can switch back to our slide deck. Okay, so preview quickly for day 2. We're going to start our morning hearing from you all. So we've got a series of our advisory committee members presenting on that flower that you saw. What's the kind of state of the state of each of those strategies? What's working well and where are we seeing challenges with advancing some of those strategies? Then we're going to spend some time talking about our engagement framework. We're going to break out into breakout groups again to talk about these regional forums. Like I said, that's our first priority for this year, and really want to get your feedback about how to make those most effective. And then we'll talk about the Senate Bill 659, that groundwater recharge focus legislation, and how we plan to engage experts around the groundwater recharge strategies. Then we'll talk through, our next few meetings. You're already getting a sense of what we'll be talking about into the future, especially on baseline assumptions. We will have time for public comment, and we'll have closing remarks from Deputy Director Cindy Messer, and then we'll get you out of here by 12:30. I've sent this out via email in case you have not seen that. We do have a newsletter. It only comes out when there's information to share. It's not on a regular cadence. So if you or someone you know, or to our folks online, if you want to sign up for the newsletter, we highly encourage you to do so. There is the water plan email as well that's also available on the website. And now, for what you've been waiting for, I'm sure, we have a very special gift from one of our AC members, Heather Dyer. Heather, do you want to share a little bit about what you've got for the group?
Well, I don't know how very special it is, but you are an exclusive group. I've never given out group donation. Joel asked me a few months ago, you've probably seen our hat with our tagline, really hard is not equal to impossible. And Joel and I were talking about how this many times in this process, it's probably going to seem impossible to come up with 9 million acre feet, to get this huge 38 group together to coalesce around certain ideas. And so we think that it's a great motto for this advisory committee. So I brought hats for everybody on the committee. There's pink, there's only 5 pink ones. So Shivaji, you should get first in line. Also, if you need a large size hat, choose a black one, because those are for larger size heads. So anyway, so pick up your hat and we're gonna get a group photo, and when we get real down, we can look at our hats and remember that it's really hard is not equal to impossible.
That's right. Thank you to Heather. Amazing. It's a mandatory outfit for the next advisory committee meeting. All right, so I have the hats here up front. As she said, there's black ones here. If you have a larger size head, this may be better fit for you. We're gonna open up those curtains over here and we're gonna take a group photo. Before we do, I want to remind you all that we will be recessing this meeting today. There is an optional no-host happy hour here at the DoubleTree. If you want to stick around, you're welcome to. It's open for members of the public as well. And that, if you go back to where registration is at the front, and then you're standing facing registration, that'll be just to the left behind registration is where we'll be doing that no-host social hour. All right, thank you to our speakers today. We will see you all at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So come grab your hat. We want to take a quick group photo before you all dash in the back.
Someone's been yelling all day long. My shadow